Board President Tomorito, we are streaming.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our nice little retreat for APS School Board. I'd like to invite all who are watching into our little space. Take a listen and sit back to see what's going on here. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. And I want to welcome the board like I just did before. But I also want to thank everyone who is here, took the time to be here. And I know that this is very valuable. So let's go ahead, Dr. Albright, and take a roll call.
Janelle Astorga, Rebecca Betson,
Here.
Joshua Martinez,
Here.
Heather Benavides, Rekia Bowman, believe she's on her way, Courtney Jackson,
Here.
Ronaldo Tomorito.
Here. So what we want to go on to is our agenda adoption. So I'd like to consider adoption of our February 28th, 2026 Special Board of Education Board Retreat Agenda. Do I have a motion in a second?
Adopt the February 20th. And I second it, Board Member Ben.
Okay, we have Board Member Benavides, motion, and second by Board Member Betson.
Just a reminder, because we're sharing microphones, you'll need to speak directly into the microphone when you talk. Thank you.
Want us to redo it?
No, I think
I
the
said-
President's going to say who motioned and seconded.
Okay, so now we'll go ahead and call a vote.
So Heather Benavides motioned and Rebecca Betson seconded. Janelle Astorga,
Yes.
Rebecca Betson,
Yes.
Joshua Martinez,
Yes.
Heather Benavides,
Yes.
Rekia Bowman, sorry, Courtney Jackson,
Yes.
Ronaldo Tomorito.
Yes, thank you. And now we'll go ahead and begin our retreat. And I would like to share a few opening comments, but it's really, I'm going to do an icebreaker here. So before you, and you have a few items, you have a blank little card in front of you, that manila one. You got a marker. And also you got a little name tag going on. So what I'm going to do, and I've done this presentation for not only kids with disabilities, families, administrators, but it's about what the meaning of your name is. And how you're going to do that, I'm going to give you permission to use your phone. And you're going to go into the first name. You don't have one?
I didn't bring my phone.
Okay. So, and what happens here is many times, and I do this with kids a lot, when you ask them, what is the meaning of your name? And they have no idea. I said, well, go to your parents, ask them, and then come back tomorrow. Because your first name belongs to you. The second name, you were even given a middle name. It was by an auntie, grandma, somebody, or a friend that made a great impact on your mom and dad, or a movie or something like that. But your last name is your family name. And there's a lot of lineage with that. So what I'm going to have you do for 5 minutes is I want you to get on your phone. There is an app called themeaningofyourname.com. And but you can just throw your name into the internet, and most of you probably do that. I would like you to put your first name in there, then do your middle name, and you could do your last name if you want to. But what we're going to do today, once you get the meaning of your name, that's how you're going to be identified throughout the day. Because I had many kids with disabilities. There's this one boy named Aaron, and he was only known that he had ADHD. So then when I told Aaron, I said, you're God's light. So you're going to be Mr. Light today. He was like, oh, really? I go, yes, that's what we're going to call you because that's who you are. So it's very important that we always identify people, not only by their name, but if you can get the meaning of their name. There's also the positive context to that and the negative. My name means powerful with words, but I also can be negative with words, and that means gossiping. That means those things that I have to be careful of. So there's those positives and negatives with your name. So go ahead and take a look. We're going to give you 5 minutes. Do I need to entertain the crowd while they're sing a song. You know. Oh, we also have snacks and refreshments. And I'm sorry, audience, you won't get to partake, but we have in the back if you want to do that. So, then write it down on a sheet of paper. And then you're going to take your name tag and you're going to put what meaning you want on that name tag or on your card, your name card. I would put it on the one that you see, and then the one you want to choose, you put it on the front. Okay. Is that helpful? So let me give you 5 minutes. Now we're at 4.
Short nose. Norman nickname meaning short nose.
The other reason I did this too is because when I work with Native American families or I go to communities, especially Native families, they will have their English name, which was given to them by the federal government. Then when you ask, but what is your Indian name? They'll tell you exactly what it is, but that name is never seen. Okay, that's right. You agree. That's why you agree.
I'll kind of figure out who,
Basic or mediocre, often implied to be conventionally attractive, but lacking depth. Well, no, that's just, but actually up here it's like. Oh, admiration, dependent.
That will work.
Flower.
Oh, put it back there.
I'm spelling it like Italian. Italian.
I knew that was yours.
That was named after his wife, who was an actress on.
What is yours? You can figure.
I'm looking for something different than short nose.
Well, just look on the internet, you might find. Meaning.
And Jamie. Yeah. And then Esperanza. Sorga is.
Yeah, oh, isn't that weird?
And then Ramos.
What does Ryan mean?
Mix.
Let's see, hold on.
Blossom, Irish. Look it up just in general.
It was,
Don't use that. You gotta use another.
yeah, right.
The best one. The best one.
It was from the 80s. No, the 70s, I guess, 'cause that's when I was born. He was a time traveler.
You can use whatever you want to. You want to identify as. The reason I also say this when I tell my children, I said, when you honor, your first name belongs to you. So it was like Natani, we're honoring Natani. And then his middle names were Hebrew. So then it was the Jewish side of him. And then his last name belonged to the Tomes, which was part Navajo. But I said, when you get in trouble, or when you ever tell me I'm alone, I'm lonely, I go, no, your first name is you, that's all you have. And your middle name is whoever gave you that middle name or story. And then your last name is this long lineage of family. So either you are going to positively represent your family or you can do it negatively. It's all up to you. You make the choice, but you're never alone. That is you too. We're still waiting on this side over there. These guys. I know mine is.
That you choose for everybody else to see.
And then when you do that, oh, and then you're gonna walk around with it.
Right? You get put on your name tag. I did. Oh, you did. Yeah, good. Right. You gave me 2 names. I
Okay.
didn't know that.
In case you want to use another name, you can use that one.
So what do you want to change it? So on the back, you put all 3. Or if you're Janelle, all 7. Yeah. No, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, you're Angel. Look, she's Angel of God.
Oh.
Now you use your name tag. Yeah, put Angel of God. That's how we're gonna call you today. You're an angel of God.
It isn't just have something derived from religious, you know.
Yeah. So my kids are, Natani is Navajo. So that means leader, orator, great orator. His middle name is David, I forget the other, Jonathan. And their relationship was, they were armor bearers. And if he ever became a leader, Natani would have an armor bearer and his last name Tome. So they were all connected that way, but I gave him the first name Navajo because oftentimes when I was growing up on the reservation, I was told I was not Navajo because I didn't know the language. So I said, you're not going to dismiss my kids. So I'm giving them Navajo names first. And they identify right away when they got to Navajo. Yeah. God is deliverance. Wow. We got some pretty, did you know that was the meaning of your name? Okay, we're almost ready. So what we're going to do now is with your mic, you can briefly state the meaning of your name. And if you want to give anything else, you can do that. So you can start opening, and we're going to start with Tanya.
So I put 3. So Tanya, which is, I guess, my legal name. So I already knew it was Russian because I knew my mom had no clue what to name me. And like I was coming pretty soon and she had no idea. And for some reason, she watched Dr. Zhivago and she saw Tanya, and that's how I got Tanya. But for the internet, it means fairy queen or honorable. And then my middle name is Marie because as good Catholics, you have to have a saint name, and everyone is somehow Marie or Mary. So that one's Marie. And then my Indian name is, and I've never spelled it. I was telling Ronaldo, I've never spelled it. So I don't know how to spell it. I think I did an Italian version or something. It's Koa Kapase, and it's a type of evergreen. And so my great grandmother, who gave me that name, and her and my great grandfather are also in the Catholic religion, my godparents as well. So those are my names.
Powerful.
Thanks for sharing that. So my name Janelle is God's gift. I have 2 middle names. The first one my parents gave me, it's Jamie, and that's supplanter. So he who replaces. And then Esperanza is hope, which my godmother gave me when I was dedicated. And then my last name Astorga, I could only find City of Asters. So we'll take that. And then I also go by the last name Ramos, which is bouquet. So today I am God's gift. Thank you for this.
Wow. Great. And you put it on your name tag. Okay, you got it. Go ahead, Rebecca.
So the name Rebecca is to bind. And I know as a child, my mom said I was always the peacekeeper. I always tried to, out of my brothers and sisters, try to bring us together if we were fighting. My middle name is Marie, and so that's beloved. And my last name is German, and it means to pray. And so I chose beloved, my middle name.
You're known as beloved today. Okay, Courtney.
So the real version is my first name, Courtney. I was named after a street sign.
that my parents saw as they were driving to the hospital. So that's where Courtney actually came from, but looking it up, it means like of the court or courteous or also short nose, apparently. So that's Courtney. So Ellen is my first middle name, and Ellen is the name that they originally had planned for me until they saw the street sign. But Ellen means bright one. And then my second middle name is Hamilton, which means, is a, sorry, I just messed this up. I'm going to need a second.
You're okay, Courtney. Just go ahead, take a time, take your time. Go ahead, Joshua.
Yes, thank you. Great activity. So my name originated from, it's a Bible name, Joshua. It's equivalent to Jesus as well. And our God is deliverance. So of course, Joshua was the assistant of Moses and then later was a strong leader. So I equate that to leadership, and faithfulness is also kind of the meaning of it. And so that's Joshua. Stephen, my dad's middle name is Steve, and then they just put Stephen as my middle name. I never really looked into the meaning of Stephen. I just knew that's where it came from, but it says reward. The meaning of Stephen is reward, so that makes sense for my family. Yeah, and all of the city, yeah. And then Martinez, of course, is a Spanish name. So I'm from northern New Mexico, and so the whole history of the Spaniards coming up into northern New Mexico. So yeah, Joshua Stephen Martinez.
Wow. God's deliverance. So get your name tag and write that on there so we can call you Deliverance today. Here, there, or you could put God's Deliverance too. Okay. More powerful. Heather, thank you.
You, President Tomarito. So my name's obviously Heather. It's English. It's related to heath, which is a purple flowering shrub, and it's a plant that always blooms and stays green. The symbolism in Celtic culture is that it represents protection, and I like that. So that's why I put on my name tag. My middle name is Ryan, and it means little king. I'll take it.
And put it on your name tag too. So right there. And Superintendent.
My name is Gabriela. It means angel of God or strong woman of God. Also messenger of God, which leads to my middle name. So you can add me to the list of Marias. My middle name is Maria. That's also my mom's first name. And my name together is because the angel of God delivered a message to Mary. So that's how my name is Gabriela Maria. My last name is, well, I use my real last name, which is Duran. And that is Spanish, and it means enduring.
Enduring. Oh, wow. I think of Kevin Durant.
Also,
Enduring. Okay, Courtney.
I'm back. Because I realized as I was doing, I was like, oh my God, I stopped at my maiden name and I forgot to look up my married last name. So my name is Courtney Ellen Hamilton Ingram Jackson. So courteous, bright one. Classic is Hamilton, which is the my grandmother's middle name. It was her grandmother's last name. And then Ingram means raven of peace. And then Jackson is son of Jack, or sometimes translates to God is gracious. But of all those, I think probably bright one is more. So, thank you.
Good. Did you put on your name tag? Okay, we got it. So mine means, like I said, Ronalda. I was supposed to be a boy and was going to be named Ronald. And I don't know where my mom got the A, but I found out there are many women in South America with the name Ronalda. I actually on Facebook put it out there for all the Ronaldos, be my friend, and I got a lot of people. And then my middle name, Kay, is just something, because my sister's name is Faye, her middle name, so I have to ask my mom, where did you get Kay from? And it sounded like it was something she just saw at the moment. So then she matched it with my sister's name. But Warrito, my dad has, I'm 1/16 Spanish. So Warrito comes from Huero. And my great-great-grandfather was from Spain. He came in on the boat and then met my great-great-grandmother, who was Navajo. So a lot of the Warritos, and then my dad wanted to be different, so he changed it to Warito instead of Werito. So there's a long history with that. But yeah, so, and then the Tomei part is just, it's a name given by the federal government, and it was Tom, but then it was changed to Tome, another E added on. So that was one reason for that name. But that's all I have to say, and I hope this was enlightening to you guys. So please put your little tags on and call each other that for the day. And because I think it's pretty powerful. It's powerful, and it's one to say that that is who you are. So I'm sure when you start looking at your name, you start to identify with a lot of the characteristics and who you are as a person, because that's how powerful your name is. So anyway, thank you. And I just wanted to do that small exercise. And so we're ready to move on to 3.2. Is that correct, Tanya?
Yes.
We're right? Okay, Tanya. So our next is tribal consultation presentation. And our presenter is Tanya Campos. She is the Chief Equity and Engagement Department. So I'm going to give you that floor.
Thank you.
Do you need this, or you're going to
I
need
think
that?
I'm good on this.
Okay.
For today, it's evergreen. So Sal, do you want to pull up my presentation, please? Perfect. So while Sal's doing that, first, President Tomarito, members of the board, Superintendent Blanky. So one, thank you for inviting me to your retreat. I feel very honored because I know most of the retreat is more logistical things. So for myself coming and representing the department, that's very special to us on there. So I do have a presentation for you all, and I know on the agenda, it talks about tribe consultation. So I do want to talk about consultation, but I also feel that it would be helpful to put a few slides together just to talk about the Indian Education Department, because they do coincide on there. So I know I was given approximately 30 minutes total. So there's probably going to be a lot of information that we don't get to today, but I think it's going to be a really good start. But before I do the formal piece, I just want to do, actually, this was perfect segue, President Tomarito, just a little bit more personally about who I am and myself. So my background, I've been here at APS for almost 9 years now, but my background's about a little under 30 years in education. My academic focus is counseling. I'm clinical as well as a school and career counselor. And my early initial stage of my career was more higher education in student affairs administration. So higher education, I mean, you can get a doctorate in student affairs administration. I think public education's it's not kind of there yet on that piece, but the sense of, I'm not a teacher, I'm not doing the actual academics, but how do those departments, student affairs departments need to understand what is happening in the classroom and academics in order to support that. So it's essentially what we're doing now around Goal 4. So, I mean, it's absolutely essential. So it's that balance of, it's not the academic piece, but we have to understand what that academic piece is, be knowledgeable about that in order to then support those with the supplemental and support programs. So that's really where my primary focus has always been. Kind of been a little jack of all trades. I've done foundation work, I've done admissions work, I've done ethnic studies work, grants management work. So I've kind of always had kind of my foot in a lot of different places on that. And in the last 10 years, it's kind of moved into focus in public education. In fact, transferring that was for early warning indicators, as well as kind of community engagement about 10 years ago. I actually got hired initially at APS as the college and career counselor for Indian education. So I feel like now I'm a little full circle. I did that for about 6 months, and then that's when APS recreated a formal equity department, and then I moved into that role. On a personal side, very much as part of our initial presentation, I am from New Mexico. I always start by honoring my mother's side. She is Hispanic from northern New Mexico, from Rancho Taos, and I always acknowledge that as well. But I identify as a Pueblo woman. I'm from Isleta Pueblo. My father's from Isleta Pueblo. I was born and raised there. I'm a member of a clan there. My son is a member of a clan there. So that's really where I get my primary identity piece. So when we're talking about education and Indian education, very similar, President Tomarino. I know you've mentioned several times your family's experience, particularly in boarding schools. And my great grandmother went to a boarding school in Bernalillo. It's no longer there. My grandmother went to Albuquerque boarding school. And, you know, there's still pieces of my family that have still resonated with that you realize later as an adult what happened on those areas. And even myself, I started education in 1979 at the Isleta Pueblo Head Start. And that's, you know, in very modern times, but typically being the only Native person. A few years later, my mom moved us to Catholic school. So being the only Native person in my class, the only Native family, and consistently being told, you know, in many ways that, you know, Native people are not very smart or bright. You know, again, it wasn't until many years later that you start processing and start realizing what those ramifications are. And I say that because for Native people, you know, education in this country was built to basically wipe us out, you know, that with assimilation and just getting rid of any type of Native identity. Or if they weren't able to do that, to then go back and then say, well, you're going to be in much more subservient positions. But on the same time, and not just Native families, but I know all of our families, it's kind of this, you know, balance, but then you're brought up saying education is your way out. Education is the way forward. You have to go to school. You have to do well. And it is. So I say this because I am very honored in the position I have now, is where I have an ability to be able to work on areas and work on an education system that was essentially created to get rid of my peoples, but now in the 21st and 22nd century, really changing it and actually creating it where not only we're sustaining, but revitalizing and just making it even stronger. So I say that, and I tell our Indian education staff and everyone, I'm here representing you, and I don't take that lightly. It actually weighs on me a lot, because I know I've been given this opportunity, and we're working with such a great group of people now, and that we really can move some things. And again, that keeps me up at night, but in a good way on there. So saying that, Sal, do you want to change the slide? Okay. I just want to give you just a little bit of some brief information about our Indian Education Department. It was established in 1974, so it's a little over 50 years now. And while clearly the focus is on APS students, families, and communities that are Native, I do really want to emphasize that Indian education is everyone's education. Native students are everybody's students on there. So while yes, there is that focus, we really are trying to bridge that piece where Native kids are all of our kids, and all the work we're doing in the district is going to be supporting them. But at the same time, honoring and understanding that there are some specific dynamics, as well as specific funding that is really supplemental for that as well. And then you see, and these statistics are taken from our tribal education status report. That is linked in this slide, so you'll have that. It also is part of our consultation packet. It's on our webpage, and it was also part of our consultation packet in the fall. Every year, school districts are required to do this for the state. It's about 45 pages. It's very detailed. So that really is kind of the quintessential document for Indian Ed here at APS. But we have roughly around, like you see, around almost 7,000 students. And I do want to clarify that, very similar to what we're talking about, is that that is also, sometimes you'll see a different number. You'll see about a number that's about half of that. That is only for individuals who've only been able to check Native American with no other ethnicity. So for myself, who is Hispanic, I wouldn't technically be counted in that group. So we do use that 6621 because, as we know here in New Mexico, many of our Native people have Hispanic heritage and also, in addition, much other heritage as well. So there is kind of that distinguishing difference. The smaller one is much more the federal one we have to use. We have around 125 tribes that are represented here in APS, and all of our 19 pueblos, our Navajo Nation, and our Mescalero and Apache tribes are also represented here at APS. So Sal, if you want to change it, please. The next two slides, I just put in the mission and vision of our Indian Ed department. And I'm going to kind of skip those a little bit. And if we go to the staff one. Okay. So we have 5 administrative positions. We have a senior director. We have 2 instructional managers. Those are supporting our teachers. And then we have 2 admin support. We have a college and career counselor and Indigenous education coordinator. And so the next slide, Sal. We have our Navajo language teachers. As you can see, 2 of them are in elementary. And I put the schools next to them. So Tres Volcanos, we have 3 middle school. Same thing, we have a middle school at Tres Volcanos, Cleveland, and McKinley. The Cleveland is our International Baccalaureate instructor, and that is one of the only IB programs that has a Native focus in the country, so we should be very proud about that. And then we have 6 Navajo language teachers that represent Atrisco, Albuquerque High, Cibola, Del Norte, Highland, Manzano, Sandia, Volcano Vista, and West Mesa. And if you did do the math, there's more schools there than 6 because some do due to 2 schools on there. And then the next slide, Sal. And then we have our Zuni language teachers. We have pre-K and we have an elementary at kindergarten. This is smaller. We've had our Navajo language program for many more years. We're just starting to implement a Zuni program. So as you're seeing now, the intentionality is to start young and move. So the idea is then next year we would be looking at 1st grade as well. So we would continue that process. And then we have our resource teachers. We have elementary resource teachers. We have our middle school resource teacher. They're primarily doing Native American studies. And then we have high school resource teachers at Del Norte and Cibola. They're doing Native American studies as well as the Jobs for America graduates, the JAG program. And then at Albuquerque High, we have Native Studies, Government, and Leadership. I also do want to note that any of the programs at Albuquerque High, those are through kind of our CEC program. So any student in APS could go and take any of those programs at Albuquerque High. And they get bused to CEC, and then they just walk over to Albuquerque High. So that's, unfortunately, we just can't have, we just don't have the funding to be able to have a teacher at every single school. So that's kind of how we balance that out. And then we do have 2 resource teachers that are kind of a little bit more our experiential outside the box, which is really cool. We have our outdoor learning and native culture teacher. This is the Moni Corona at our wildlife sanctuary at Los Padillas. All our 3rd graders go and get an experiential experience here. It's tied to the land, the culture, and really connected that way. And then we have our Indigenous Knowledge Keepers internship program and community engagement. This is a whole year program, again, where it's very much tied to the land, culture, native food, and traditions. And so there's a cohort, it's a class. So there's students who are doing this. They're being taught. Actually, I have my little notes. I actually have this here. So they actually have 10 community engagement workshops that are co-led by the students. They have actual 18 classes they do. They have 2 capstone presentations, and then of course, family participation. That's primarily in our South Valley schools over there as well. Those kind of are elementary through high. So we're working with Los Padillas, Mountain View, Polk, and Rio Grande. The actual internship students are at the high school level, but they're integrating all those schools.
Is this where indigenous foods and those programs are done?
Yes, it's with Shannon Romero.
I went to 2 of those and we learned how to make tamales, dried corn, do chili and it was really, and then we ate. So it was good.
I went in, no, I think it was November, and we made ristras, and I have to say, bad New Mexican of me. I've actually never made a ristra, so I learned how to make a ristra on there. But she still has several more programs for the rest of the year. So there's still time to go and do those programs. And then go ahead, Sal. And then I also want to let you all know, we do have some dual credit programming. So any APS student can register. We do have Navajo 1 and 2 at the Institute of American Indian Arts. That is taught by one of our APS teachers. Of course, that is online. And then we also do have online courses with Navajo and Navajo Student Government with SIPI on there. The bottom one is UNM Valencia. That is brand new this year. It's just getting implemented. It is TIWA from Isleta. That is specifically only for Isleta students, and that is taught by a UNM faculty member. But those are our dual credit programs right now.
So, how many students are enrolled? Do you know?
I would need to check that, but I can get that for you. So we try to just do from our CEC program to online options, the dual credit piece on there. So we try to diversify and get as many opportunities out, but I can look for that.
Another question.
Mhm.
So does APS pay for those based on the students, or is there like a flat rate that we pay to the schools, or how does that work with?
Let me check with that. I believe, again, it's collaboration with, I believe IIA is, like, for instance, paying for those, because I'm just thinking of our budget, and there's no line item for those. So I believe it's kind of going through those institutions that are paying those teachers to be able to do that.
Thank you.
And then we do have 5 formal MOUs, Navajo Nation, the Pueblo of Isleta, Pueblo of Sandia, Pueblo of Santa Ana, and Pueblo of Zuni. So that doesn't mean that for all other tribes, nations, and pueblos, we don't have any, and we'll talk about consultation, we don't have any relationships with them. But these are actual formal MOU documents. We really go by what the tribe, nation, or pueblo would like. These particular 5 really wanted to have something much more formalized, which we honored and respected on there. So again, we work with however that is. The Navajo Nation and the Pueblo of Zuni, those MOUs, as you know, because there are language programs, they're much more focused on the language piece. And then Isleta, Sandia, and Santa Ana is just more clarifying in terms of our relationships, documenting students, data, and areas like that. And then Indian Ed does a tremendous amount of programming. In fact, in all honesty, I'm trying to kind of get them to consolidate a little bit because they're in a good way. They're running themselves a little thin, but these are kind of our primary areas that we've done for quite some time. So we kick off the school year with our back to school backpack giveaway. It's one of those things that families just know, like historical knowledge about, and they come here to City Center, they come and get their supplies. We have our teachers, so they start talking to the teachers, and if they're not in some of the classes, and they start like, hey, you need to come to my class. And then we also are able to collect, for instance, like 506 and certificates of Indian blood, make sure they're in the system, make sure we have good data on them. So actually next year, we're really going to actually up this and really try to make it even a bigger event on there.
Can you define the 506?
So the 506 is just more of a descendancy. And actually when we get it, it's really based on the Title VI It's more showing that you're a descendant. The certificate of Indian blood is where you literally have, where the federal government is able to formally identify that you have a minimum of 1/4 native blood of a federally recognized tribe, and or you are a member of a federally recognized tribe. The federal government typically is much more the CIB when you're looking at funding and programming. And then the 506 is much more descendancy. So when we get into our funding sources, you'll see where those kind of fall into in terms of the requirements.
And this is another area where ICE, if a Native American is taken or try to be taken, they're told to show their CIB and to carry that document with them. I do have one.
Apartheid?
This, I know,
That's
but I do have a little miniature in my backpack just in case.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why I always tell you guys, if you ever see ICE come and they're coming to get me, it's in my backpack. But that's the reason. And I can tell you that we are the only people who have to identify and carry a piece of paper still that we are enrolled and we are part of the United States. But it can only take Congress to act to erase all of that in one moment if they choose to. So.
Madam Chair, or Madam President, if I could ask another question.
Sure.
So the back to school backpack drive, you know, you mentioned it was kind of known, but do we do any formal outreach to schools? Does this happen before school starts or during the first week of school, or how does that work?
Absolutely. So, President Tomarito, Board Member Superintendent Blakey. So yes, we put in our webpage, we let our community partners know. We also look through our student database and send emails out to anyone who's already in our database. So it's a combination, but I'll be honest, last year was like my first time. And it was very eye-opening. Like I would be like out in the community and people were like, when is your back to school backpack giveaway? So it is very embedded, which is a really good thing on there. So yes, we are proactively, but like I said, most of our families, if they've had kids at APS, they know about it. And just like any good community members, we'll get families and say, hey, my cousin told me it's a Saturday. We showed up, kind of piece that way. So, but we do want to make sure that we are making sure all of our families know. And like I said, we really want to even make this a much larger event because it's such a welcoming event for our Native students to welcome them back to APS.
Just a side note, long ago, when I was going to school, the tribe would give away tribal clothing at the beginning of school. So you would get a coat, you would get shoes and clothing for like 2 or 3 days. And then the next day, everybody would be wearing tribal clothing. So you knew everybody had new clothes. But so now specifically has drawn down to like backpacks and then them generating that they still have giveaways and are representing kids to make sure that they do have the supplies at least to begin school.
We've actually, and that just actually reminded me, so it actually is, last year we were doing some collaboration. So for instance, like the Pueblo of Isleta let us know because they were doing some giveaways. So they wanted us, if any of the Isleta students, to come in and we identify them and then make sure that they know that there was a certain giveaways because they were giving out some really nice gift cards to like some like same thing, some department stores and stuff. So we were like, oh, you're from Isleta. You need to go pick up your gift card.
If you graduate, it's all too depending. Some get per cap. That's monies from their casinos. And if you graduate and you're a senior, for instance, Jicarilla and Dulce, they get a lot of money when you turn 18. And then some tribes give away laptops and all of those for their seniors to prepare them for college.
So then I'm just looking at these. So especially for spring, we are coming up to our seals and stoles. So this is actually part of our goals. So APS has 2 specific tribal seals. We have our Distinguished Learning Seal and our Native American Bilingual Seal that our students are able to participate in. They need to write essays and do presentations in terms of their identity and culture. And sometimes the students are like, no, I'm not going to participate because I don't really know what my culture is. And we're like, this is exactly why you need to participate, because they'll go back and they'll start asking their families and they'll like learn all of this information that they had no clue about. And it's just, they're the beautiful presentations on there. The difference between them is the APS bilingual seal one, you have to also do some community service. Then, of course, we have our just our APS bilingual seal, and that is demonstration in Navajo or Zuni. And then, of course, the state has their seal, and then also tribes have their specific seal. The one we're probably most familiar with is the Navajo Nation seal. But the tribes are really getting into this. And so there are several that are also doing their own seals as well. And then, of course, actually, it'll be in your consultation packet. We have our annual fashion show in April. I don't know if any of you have gone to the fashion show. If you have a chance, it's really cool. It's a really great, it's part of the leadership program in Albuquerque High. The students literally create the entire program, but it's beautiful Native American fashion. And then, of course, our graduation ceremony, which you will all be invited to on May 8th. It's a Friday at Isleta Casino. And that is just, it's amazing. It is very much amazing to see all those students. And I know last year, and we didn't actually ask this, we just said to come up and introduce yourself. But last year, I think probably close to 80% of our students at least introduced themselves in their native language. And that wasn't something we asked them or prepped them to do. They just did that on their own.
It's a good thing when you, they hold this event at Isleta Casino, and there's over what, how many seniors? 200? And then Anaka is also included. So you get to see all those seniors and all of their families, and then tribal representatives that are there to honor them. So it's really a good time.
And then go ahead and the next slide, Sal. And then the next one is just more programs, community partners. Last summer, the Pueblo of San Felipe started a youth summit, and they're planning to do it this summer as well. It got a lot of, they had people from Mescalero come down, and it's also during our summer programming, so we can have all of our Native students in our summer programming attend that youth summit. And then there's the Urban Indigenous Summit, which is involving all of those community partners. I was trying to make sure I got them all on one slide. And then UNMH does a Native American Health Career Expo. So these aren't technically our programs, but we absolutely partner with them and clearly make sure our students know about them and have access to them. So go ahead and next slide, Sal. So at consultation, we're going to talk much more specifically about that. That is actually in the program. And that actually is a requirement of consultation, is to go over our funding sources. But I just wanted to kind of briefly talk about what those are. We do have the state operational funding, Title VI, Johnson O'Malley, Impact 8, our state, which is allocation and competitive grants, and then the PK grant. So operation, it is our 5 administrative positions. It's roughly around $550,000. And all of these amounts are in that presentation consultation one that you'll have, that you have, and you actually have, the calendar invite. So you have that presentation now, but I just wanted to kind of give you just a little more verbal here. Our Title VI funds 10 teacher positions, and that's approximately $1 million. Our JOM for this year is around $420,000. JOM is supplementary. Those are more of our programs and services. So you're looking at our graduation, any types of programming. That's where the JOM is coming out of. Our NMPD allocation grant, that's 7.7 FTE, which is around 700,000. And then we tie some programmatic is around 30,000. We just applied, the application for the competitive state just came out a few weeks ago. And we're putting in for 5 FTE in summer programming, around $550,000 for that. The early childhood's around 115. That's technically not as you saw, we had the Zuni program, and the state now has early childhood funds. So that actually is very nice because those funds will pay for those versus we have to pay for them out of Indian Ed. So that is alleviating about $100,000 out of our department budget. And then impact aid. So impact aid is the aid within like a 50 square mile radius. That's typically you hear impact aid for tribes and like military. So because they're not generating like tax income, housing income that normally would go to a public institution like APS, you can apply for this impact aid funding to get a certain portion of that money that you normally would get. So those are so it only affects the tribes within that 50-mile square radius. Last year's impact aid funding was about $32,000. It's not a significant, but it's there. And then so the total budget you're looking at for our Indian Ed this year is around $3.4 million. And just like the APS budget, most of that is really roughly salary based on there. And like I said, that is one of the 3 portions of our presentation for the tribes is to go through that budget. Dr. Melanie Blay is going to walk them through that because it is our obligation to be able to show them where we're spending our money as the consultation process.
Excuse me, I have a question. Are you finding that next year your budget is also being cut or not so much?
President Tomarito, board members, Superintendent Blakey, we're not really sure. Now, as you can see from here, we don't get Title IV or Title I on here. We get Title VI, which is very specific to Native American population. And that's never, even last year, doesn't mean that it can't get cut. But as you know, from like last summer, it was really like the Title IV, the Title Is that were when they did that memo that's saying it was going to get cut. So we're going to see the state we are looking at in all transparency. As you can see, we submitted for our allocation grant last June and we were awarded it during the summer. The competitive was supposed to come out in September. It just came out, like I said, about 3 weeks ago. And again, that is for this school year. And we're not sure what we're going to get from that. So, and just like anything else with, federal, as Board President Tomarito said, we just don't know. I do have to balance though, is even though, and we talk about this with our staff, even though technically our funding has not significantly changed, because those other funding sources that APS have, we potentially can lose some of our partners. So like, for instance, I had some Title IV money in equity. And so some of those equity positions that would have just collaborated with Indian Ed weren't available. So that's where, that you could see that. So we're keeping an eye out on it. Thank you. Okay, so go ahead, next slide. So we are moving into the consultation phase. So we do have 3 committees, and the first one is our Parent and Education Committee. So technically, this is 2 separate committees. There's a Parent Committee and an Education Committee, but the membership to both of those is the same membership. The Parent Committee, per Title VI, that you need to have a Parent Committee, and per JOM, you have to have an Education Committee. So the Parent Committee meets monthly during the school year. The Education Committee meets bi-monthly during the school year. And again, those dates are per the funding regulations. And it's very similar. It's not tribal consultation per se, but it is consultation. Again, we're receiving these federal monies and they're in the documents that as a school district, we need to be able to document that we're collaborating with our families, we're collaborating the communities and having, decision-making knowledge. And so actually in that, they identify specifically that they have to have committees for this on there. So go ahead and go to the next slide, Sal. We also have our policy and procedure committee. So per impact aid funding, you have to have a policy and procedure committee. So this is the 3rd committee. This committee annually looks at the procedural directive and makes recommendations to that procedural directive. So that's actually where we're at right now, is that we're a little behind this year just with some of the changes. Normally, we would do this in the fall, we're doing in the spring. So you're going to see a quick turnaround because we'll do this again in the fall. The Policy and Procedure Committee will review it. They will make their recommended changes. Then it will go to tribal input, which we've been putting in the consultation. And then they have the opportunity then to make their comments, suggestions. And once that's done, then it'll go to you as the board, and then you have the final, you finalize it, and then it goes into that current year's procedural directive on there. So our Policy and Procedure Committee, we have around 20 members, and as you can see, they consist of community organizations, tribal education department staff, higher education, faculty and staff, city representatives on there as well. So that is the Policy and Procedure Committee. Go ahead, Sal, to move to the next slide.
That is also when we had our committees, remember the community committees? And we had a list of them. That's where Indian Ed was on there, the IPP, or the Indian Ed Policy Committee. That's meets monthly. And that's the designee of whoever on the board wants to be there. So I go to that one, so.
So we're actually a tribal consultation. So I put, this is directly coming from the NMPD Indian Education Department. And again, you'll have this presentation, and those are direct links. That last year, the NMPD Education Department spent about a year looking at tribal consultation. And I really emphasize that they went and did it as a consultation protocol as well. They went and talked to the tribes, asked them what they define as consultation, what they want to see. So this isn't the state just saying we as a state. This is really articulating what they heard from tribal leaders' voices. So I'm not going to read it, verbatim, but tribal consultation. And again, I think sometimes it can be confusing. Also, sometimes in the spirit of inclusiveness, for good intentions, sometimes we try to make it really broad. But when we say tribal consultation, it is formal representation from tribal leaders to executive leaders. So they identify for public school, the superintendent, and you as the board, with tribal leaders, governor, president, or their designee on there. That doesn't mean that there, as you can see from those the other committees and all that, there's many other types of consultation that we do and we should do. But this is very specific to tribal consultation. This is the technicality is once every semester. And go ahead, Sal, go to the next slide. So, and as you can kind of hear from all of these, it is required under ESSA. It's required under Title VI. It's required under Johnson O'Malley, Impact Aid, and then again through state funding with the New Mexico Education Act. So it is a technical requirement. And again, this year we did get very clear guidance from NMPD on that tribal consultation. But go ahead and move to the next one. Oh.
Is this where accreditation takes place under the state?
It's not so much the accreditation, it's more, technically we could lose funding if we're not doing this. So go ahead, Sal, go to the next one. So again, it is something we have to do, but that doesn't mean that it's something we have to do. This is something we should be doing if we're doing things right. And we're trying to move beyond the requirements. We have these formal pieces, but we're also our purpose is not just to meet with the tribes only once a semester. I mean, those are kind of the big convenience, but we can do consultation. Myself and several members met with the Pueblo of Laguna a couple weeks ago. We met with Sandia this fall. We met with Zuni last fall. We went to the Navajo Nation, President Tomarito last January. So it needs to be a combination. And then there's other types of consultation as well in terms of those other pieces. I put a link that is not a direct quote, but it's cited with the National Indian Education Association. They have some really good documents if you want to kind of get into it a little bit more, some guiding documents around consultation. So go ahead, Sal. So again, just as a reminder, so we're doing our spring consultation this coming Tuesday. Let me get to that. So those are those have direct links, but again, if we look at the agenda, Burna Faso opens at 8:30 just for coffee and pastries. We'll start at 9 a.m. the formal. That first hour is kind of more of our formal welcomes. We have a student MC, we'll have a welcome from tribal leadership. We have our presentation of colors, and then Superintendent Blakey and President Tomarito will do a welcome from APS. And then we'll introduce our tribal leaders, our Indian Parent Committee, and our IPP committee. From 10 to 12 is really what I keep on talking about, that presentation. It's a 3-part presentation. The first piece is really going over our APS overall strategic plan. Now, I do say this because I know our tribal leaders always say that they want specifics, but again, Native students are APS students. We need to show them the overall strategic plan. The second piece, though, is Ms. Jessica Cano and LCE will then, on stage 2, will then say, this is specifically what it means for Indian education. And then Dr. Blair will follow up with, now this is how we fund it, and go through all the financial pieces on that. They did receive this material ahead of time to review. And then clearly there's question and answer period on that. The next piece is then I will then go and do the policy and procedure. Again, we sent them that draft. We need to get their comments. In all fairness, I don't know how long that will be. It just depends on how many comments they have. And then we also will need them to fill out that affirmation of tribal consultation. So again, that's the technical paperwork that they fill out saying that, yes, we've done our due diligence and they feel that they've had proper consultation, and that we submit both to the state and to the federal agencies. And that's where it's like a guarantee on there. We'll have lunch, welcome for lunch. And then at the second portion, this is what we started last fall, is and pertaining to the NMPD guidance and guidance coming from our tribal leaders, is these are the one-on-one meetings. So you, as the board, you'll have the first one. It's the 1 to 2 p.m. What they will ask, I really, my assumption again is, you'll kind of get a sense from the morning session. So if you have a chance to go to the morning session, that will be extremely helpful, because if you'll see what their questions are, you've seen the material we've submitted to them. So that probably will be a crux. But again, if we're doing tribal consultation, they can ask us anything. And just like anything else, if we don't have that much detail, we can absolutely get it to them on time on there. And let's see, go ahead. Let me see. Go ahead, Sal, to the last one. So it is a formal consultation. I mean, think about it. If you're meeting with like Governor Lujan Grish, the governor, but it also, so there is that kind of level of kind of respect and areas, but it is a one-on-one, and our tribal leaders are always very gracious and welcoming. And again, my just recommendation, if you haven't done it, is just kind of, they'll probably, President Tomarito, you'll probably do an introduction, welcome, have an introduction of the board, but just let them lead it and see where they come. It's just like anything else at community meetings, let them talk and we'll answer, but let them lead the meeting.
Do you suggest, and this is something I threw out to Daniel, is that each district know their enrollment numbers for Native students? I don't know, sometimes when tribes will get some may get specific, but I know we got the overall number, but I don't know pertaining to, like, say, for instance, Isleta that deals with board member Astorga. No.
President Tomarito, members of the board, Superintendent Blakey, we can get you that. We can get you that over the weekend, is just looking at your districts. And well, I'm just trying to think. It's in your pack. Because you're going to have, so Isleta might be a little more specific, but I mean, you're going to have Native students throughout, and even Navajo students, Zuni students. So it's not as kind of black and white on that. But what they're usually more focused on is like their particular students. What we're pulling for them, we've met actually this year with many of them already, and we already have processes where we're giving them that data already ahead of time. But we're looking at those tribes, pueblos, and nations that RSVP'd who haven't asked for the data, and we're pulling that data and having that data ready for them as well. So again, typically like how many, for Isleta, how many students do we have? Are you seeing any kind of concerns and stuff like that? But yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, it would be a little, just because each of you, it's not like your area is situated within a pueblo per se kind of thing on there. But we can get you, let me look at the Tesser and then see if there's anything that is not popping out of there, or popping out that maybe we can give you like a 1-page handout or something that's a little more specific.
I just know that Cibola High School has quite a few Native students only because of JAG. And then I know Volcano Vista, I also, going to a lot of sports, I'm seeing Navajos and I'm seeing, girls playing ball. And so that's one of the things that I've often questioned is the influx of how many Native children are within our schools. And because it's just one of the things where I think if we can characterize that, to know that tribes know we are aware, because I know they're going to say, what are you doing for our students? And so it's one to say, well, this is what's going on in our district. This is what's happening with Native kids. And then overall, I just think if we're a little bit aware of that, it will show that we did take some in-depthness to our conversation.
With that being said, thank you so much for this presentation.
Thank you so much. I think
Jim,
I know we're ready.
There's one question.
President Tomarito and board members, I think that really nice set of packets that our staff put together for us, I seem to remember that it had like at least the percentage or the number of Native Americans per district. It didn't break them down by nation, but it broke them down by number per district. So I looked at it pretty hard.
Also, thank you, Tanya, for sending the information for the entire day on Tuesday. Since I won't be able to make it, it's really good to look at all those presentations. So I appreciate it.
Right, thank you.
Thank you so much
You
for being
Tuesday.
here. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. And we will, those of us will be there on Tuesday, but this is just background information. So we're aware of what's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're at 10:50, almost 10:15, and we're going to go ahead and move on to our 3.3 item agenda. And this is transition from being a candidate to becoming an advocate for constituents and the district as a whole, community engagement and board voice. I call presenter Tony Ortiz with partner with Ortiz and Zamora, attorney at law, LLC. You have the floor, Tony.
I do this, oh.
I think
Oh, there's another mic.
There's a microphone.
Yeah.
So, but am I allowed to talk?
No.
Okay.
Wait for the microphone.
You're on YouTube.
Right. Well, good morning, everybody. And first thing I want to say is if you all need to stand and stretch, and I'm sure you've been sitting with, you guys just want to, everybody good? Are we ready to go? Great. Well, it's good to see everyone. By way of introduction, I know many of you I've worked with before, but for the new members of the board, my name is Tony Ortiz. I'm with the law firm Ortiz and Zamora in Santa Fe. I'm a proud product of the New Mexico Public Schools. 1988 graduate of Goddard High School down in Roswell. So, and my parents are retired educators. So this is, I kind of consider this the Lord's work, what we do here, and the work that I'm lucky enough to be able to do in private practice. I've been practicing school law for about 30 years now. And our practice is about 30 school districts across the state. We also do litigation work on behalf of public entities. So we like to say, we know we get to see where people get in trouble in the end game for the early mistakes. So that's what today is about. We're going to talk a little bit about where you start as a candidate, what the aspirations are when you come in, perhaps what the hopes and goals are for the work you want to do. And I think sometimes how we get some of those aspirations mixed in with things that we're not supposed to be doing. So it's to maximize what we can do, talk about what we're not supposed to be doing, and seeing how we help those. For example, the angel of God. How with the things that make her more effective at the same time. So let's go to the first slide. So the goals, here are the goals of the presentation. We're going to talk about determining your role, reviewing, discussing areas that sour board interaction with the superintendent and with each other, resolutions for those damaged relationships and the risks, including the legal risks for ignoring some of those limitations. We're also going to be talking in this presentation toward the end about superintendent evaluation as one of those sort of areas of growth and understanding for boards. Next slide, please. Okay, so I want to start with this because I start with this in most of my presentations to boards, and it's, does your functionality matter? Does what you do here realistically trickle down to results? And there's not a lot of good social science, but I would encourage you to read and look up on Google the 8 Habits of Highly Effective Boards. It's a long article, but the summary there is, I think, very important, because what they did is they took and controlled for socioeconomic factors. Okay, and they went and they looked at different districts and they said, if you have effective leadership, highly functional, data-driven, shared goals, cohesive working relationships between boards and superintendents, you keep true to your mission, and it's functional, those districts tend to see better outcomes. They tend to see better outcomes. So, and conversely, if you're a circus, if the public looks at you like you're a mess, if you're spending lots and lots of time on adult issues as opposed to student issues, the public, you lose public support and you tend to see worse outcomes for your district. So yes, what you do here, even by impression, even by functionality, even how you work together, ultimately matters. Ultimately matters. Okay, so next slide. Okay, I want to talk first about lawyers and what our role is. Okay, we're going to be talking about your resources, and I'm one of your resources. Okay, you have a number of law firms associated with the Albuquerque Public Schools. Okay, we are one of the firms that has a contract with Albuquerque. Now, I want to be very clear about something right off the bat. The advice we're offering today is exactly that. It's advice. If you went to another lawyer, he might tell you something different. It's like going to a doctor. But I think we've got 30 years of watching people make mistakes. Oh, I could cite you some just from Albuquerque. I don't even have to look for my other 30. Looking at mistakes, years of watching people do things well, doing them poorly. Combination, we're looking at statute, policy, best practices, but let me give you some tidbits of why this matters to you and why this should be helpful. Okay, I want to start first with this. The lawyers for the Albuquerque Public Schools, this board, by statute, has the power to sue and be sued. What that means is you're the legal entity. When you hire a lawyer, this board hires the lawyer. Okay, now, Gabriella calls me and she says, hey, I'm having a problem with this teacher or this parent or this. I work with the superintendent, okay? We help her because in helping her manage the CEO duties and the administrative duties, in helping her do that.
I don't want to get sued.
Okay, yeah. Trip and fall, tort claims notice. In helping the superintendent, we are helping her pursue the aims of the board. So if you think about it like sort of a triangle, she is working for you. I am working for you by helping her in this triangle, this little love triangle we have. I am assisting the board's goals. We are on the same team. You are the quarterback. You make the calls. You set the policy. You set the direction. But I am your lawyer. Things go south with Gabriella or any superintendent. Who are my obligations to? It's to this board. Okay. Gabriella doesn't get to call me and say, I'm not getting along with the board. I want a longer contract. I want more money. What do I do? I don't get to give that advice. Okay. She's not my client. She's not my client. The board is my client. I assist her to the extent that it helps you. Okay. Are we crystal on that? Okay. Now, I want you to know that because you'll see lawyers working with the super all the time. And there might be moments, like let's say, I can give you an example. Let's say you're terminating someone, you have a termination hearing, and the administration hires a separate lawyer to come in and advocate for that termination. That lawyer is working separately and only for the administration in that context. Okay. You might be paying the bill for it, but they are working only with the administration to advocate in front of the board. Okay. But it is very, very limited circumstances where that happens. 95% of the time, the lawyers all belong to you, and don't forget it. Okay. And I always remind the superintendent of that too. I tell all my supers, don't start thinking, I mean, I'm your buddy till I'm not your buddy. Okay. And it's a good thing to remember because we're great friends also. We can help each other. I will be there and march into hell for her on administration issues, CEO issues, because it serves this board. Okay. Now, let's talk about access and resources. How can I help you? Let's say, okay, I'm assuming that your policy tracks that of the NMSBA. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But what the NMSBA policy says on access to counsel is the following. Superintendent can pick up the phone and call me directly. She doesn't have to ask anybody's permission. Okay? She doesn't have to ask any permission. The board president, powerful, can pick up the phone and call me about anything she needs. Okay, now, is she more important than the other six? Someone want to answer that for me? Come on, it's an easy one. You know, she has a few more access points, but all of you are duly elected. You got one vote. You're equally as important. If you want access and you want to ask a question of me, the standard policy says you let the board president know, hey, I've got a question for Mr. Ortiz. I'd like to call him. Now, why do we do that? So, because what happens if 4 of you call me on the same issue? What's the first thing that happens when I pick up the phone? I have a button. And I will lovingly bill you 4 times in a row for the same question. Now, we're trying to avoid that. Okay, so that's what the policy is focused on. Let's say, Courtney, I use first names here. It's a little bit, yeah, right one. Yes, let's say that Courtney wants to ask me a question and she has a question and she calls the president and says, I'd like to call Mr. Ortiz. She calls me with the question. And what my obligation then is to send out a notice that says, Board Member Jackson called me with the following question, provided the following information, and here's the advice that I gave. And it goes out, boom, to all 7 of you. Great news is you're getting all the same information. Nobody's playing what I call capture the lawyer, which is call me and give me the information that you want to give me. And then you take it back and you try and convince people. We don't do that. We want to make sure everybody has the same info. Yes. Sure.
Number 5 says that board members, with the exception, I'm sorry, in our governance manual, 4D, number 5 does say that board members, with the exception of the board president, will not make requests of nor seek legal advice from lawyers or law firms, whether in-house or outside of APS, on issues not authorized via board approval.
Okay.
So what our governance manual says is that everything has to go through the board president.
Yeah.
We cannot call you individually.
There was interesting language there. Read me that last portion again. Without board approval, it said without board
Without-
approval.
On issues not authorized via board approval.
Okay, so that's even next level. You don't get to talk to me unless the board authorizes it by vote. I mean, so that's next level stuff. So it is, so yes, thank you for the correction, because it is different from the NMSBA. And that would mean that any of you, not only are you not allowed to call unless it's on an agenda. So that, what that means is, if you've got a question, it would need to be authorization to contact council regarding legal blah, blah, blah.
Except through the board president. So it could be that
Does it say that there?
Yes. With the exception of
The board president.
a board member talks to the board president, says, I have this question for legal. The board president can say, I'll ask and then get back. But as you
Yeah.
said, it goes back to all 7
Right.
members.
And
The
that-
board president asks this question.
That could work. And the other is authorization by agenda, but that seems to me so very, very slow. Now, the obligation, I would say, or at least the highly functional form of that. Now, how do you think that could go sideways? Okay, just if your board president is the person through which these questions have to flow, how could that go badly? I see this all the time. Somebody tell me.
I mean, I would assume that if the board president and another board member don't see eye to eye, the board president might not be willing to
She might just say no.
be forthcoming with the question.
Right.
So it sounds to me like, this policy might be something we need to revisit.
Well, what I would say to you is this, and it relies on some goodwill and good faith. Is I tell my board presidents, if you've got a question from a board member and they want it answered, just say yes. You're not there to be the gatekeeper. Just say yes, it's okay. Say, sure. What's the question? Write it down verbatim. She can call me. We're good. Because that kind of gatekeeping is the kind of thing that can sour relationships, make sort of adversarial relationships between board members worse. So my coaching to board presidents always is just say yes. Just say yes to the question. You can't, the question isn't going to hurt you. Get the answer to everybody. Now, there may be times that a board president might try to convince you and say, timing of that question might be better. We've got a meeting coming up with some presentations on this issue. Why don't we wait and see how that goes to see if it answers some of your questions before we go to legal? And, that might be a persuasive argument, but I would still say if it's not persuasive, let it go. Let the question go to legal. Question?
Yes, question, Madam President. So the call, how much is the call?
So it depends. Let me just put it, that's a terrible lawyer answer. So let me just tell you your standard rate for anything. I think we're at like 200 and some change per hour with you guys. So, we're pretty cheap, and so think about it this way. If the board president calls me and says, hey, I've got a question for you. Here's the question. It depends on, the call might be 10 to 15 minutes, but the cost really is how much work do I have to do to answer your question? Because it's going to be research and writing. And if it's easy, I might be able to do it like that. If it's easy and I know it off the top of my head, and that happens, we can have the whole thing done within a half hour. If it involves some level of research and a giant memo and something, then yes. So it could be more, but a few $100s would be typically what you're looking at. So I think, and I always coach people on, don't be penny wise, pound foolish. Don't try to save pennies and then make mistakes that cost you a lot of money. Sometimes we can answer things very quickly for you. So also, I want you to know that your choice of counsel, like let's say you've got something, or let's say you have somebody that you love. Tony Ortiz is great. Art Melendres is great. We want all our work going. You guys get to decide that. We're your lawyers. Okay, now you typically what happens is the superintendent has a bull ring of lawyers, and on her day-to-day things, she can choose which one she wants to go to, unless you all want her to use somebody on day-to-day. You all can actually direct that. You can direct that because it's your lawyer's your choice. Same thing on board issues, your lawyer, your choice. So just know that these are your lawyers, you have choices, okay? If you need clarification on that, we can go into it more. Next slide, please. Okay. This is a big one for the issue of transitioning from candidate to board member. Now, forgive me that it says power of 5 in the top right corner. Here it is power of 7. But the big takeaway here is I want you to understand that as an individual, you wield no authority. This board exercises every bit of its power and authority through public votes, properly agended, where you come together and you talk about it and you make a public vote so the public gets to see it. We're going to talk about the Open Meetings Act in a minute. But this slide, 2254, if you want a little homework, Section 2254 of the New Mexico statutes outlines the board's scope of duties. Okay. Now, the primary ones, you'll know this, focus on setting policy direction, budgets, setting your budgets, a limited role. You will see limited underlined. Okay. I want you to circle that word limited, role in employment matters. Okay. And we're going to talk about that more in a minute. Acquiring, leasing, disposing of property, and except for salaries, contracting for the expenditure of money, which is a big deal. That means you get to write the checks on purchases for everything. Okay, that's a big power. And then, of course, hiring, evaluating, and supervising the superintendent. Those are your primary duties. Okay, you know what is not there. Anybody want to tell me what is not there? Day-to-day operations. HR, we're going to talk about that more in a minute too, but I want you to look at this statute not only for what it has, but for what it does not have. Because this is typically where I see board members get it wrong, especially when they're coming in new. Who's new? All right, good, good. Fresh meat. But so I do want you to look at this and remember that you are limited in this regard. You are limited in this regard. These are your duties. Okay, we'll talk more about that. Next slide. Okay, I said we'd talk about the Open Meetings Act. Okay, what's the general concept we're after with OMA? What was the legislature trying to do? They don't want any smoky backroom deals. They don't want board members meeting at the coffee shop and deciding this is how we're going to handle this issue. And we've got our 4 votes. Okay. That's what the legislature said is illegal. So general concept, all discussion, decision-making, like I said, done in an agended meeting where the public gets to know what you're going to be talking about. And I want to talk here about meeting specifics because there's a lot here. So creating agendas. Okay. What this means when we're setting these agendas up, usually the board president are getting together, they're putting together agendas. You all certainly have an opportunity to contribute to the discussion topics and say, here are the things I want on the agenda. Here are the things that I want on the upcoming agenda. Okay, typical errors, lack of specificity. Discussion of personnel matters, discussion of, something, you put down something very generic and that might get you in trouble with the AG. It's got to be specific. Reasonably specific. There are 3 kinds of meetings: regular, special, or emergency. Regular is just the one that you all have scheduled all the time, every month. Special is if you got to call it sooner. And what is your, I want to talk about commitments for these meetings. When you come to the meeting, you typically have a stack of things you've got to read and be prepared for before you get here. What happens if one of you is asking 20 questions because you didn't do your homework? Okay, what are your commitments to the rest of the board for these meetings. It's to be here and be ready. You know, if you're asking questions, it ought to be detailed, not the stuff that's already obvious to the other 6 who read the materials. So your commitments are be here, be ready to go. Don't slow down the progress of the meeting by lack of preparation. That's certainly one of your commitments. Public comment. I know that has been an issue for Albuquerque historically. You just say there's been some litigation on this issue historically. What I try to, especially for the new folks, what I try to remind you is that sometimes it's going to be hard because people are going to get up and they're going to have something to say, and you're going to want to say, that's not true. That's not fair. You know, public comment is really not for that. I always try to remind boards, think about it this way. This is your meeting that the public is allowed to attend. You are conducting business. The public is allowed to be here and watch you. The public has a designated time that they can stand up and speak their piece. Okay. Now, does that mean it's a free-for-all? No. Limited time. Typically, we try to keep tabs on how it is done. You know, they can't get up, yell, scream, cuss. You know, there are certain things that are out of bounds. We typically work with a board president if they have questions or concerns about how to monitor that. But just know, we don't encourage the debate, and we certainly don't encourage during the meeting somebody standing up and saying, I think something, you know, about what you're talking about. No, there's a designated time for that. So we keep public action there. Now, somebody asked me about, oh, yes, question.
Question, Madam President. Is public comment required in open meetings?
Okay, so the statute changed recently, and where it is required is during your regular meeting. You're required to have it a designated portion during a regular meeting. Special meetings do not require it. Okay, so just know that you don't have to have it at every single meeting. Okay, that's a good question. Somebody asked me about Robert's rules. Yeah, he took one from the bright one. Look at that. Somebody asked me about Robert's rules. It is not, and it shouldn't be your goal to get bogged down in the minutia of Robert's rules. What I'm just going to tell you is this. A functional board that works with motion, second, discussion, vote. Okay? Preferably in that order. Now, a lot of times I see boards that do a lot of discussion leading up to the motion, and you can do that. You can decide to do that. Do all your discussion up first before there's a motion. There's nothing wrong with that. But there should always be a motion and a second. And what's the purpose when you're up here and the board president says, is there any discussion? It's your moment in the light. It's your moment in the sun to say what you want, right? This is your time. You got an opinion about this motion, about this issue? By all means, speak your piece. And you know why that's important is because when the journal or KOB comes to you after the vote and says, tell me why you think the board got it all wrong. Mic in your face after the meeting, you can easily just say, oh, I made my views clear during the meeting. Stop, hard stop. Okay. And it's important because the board has voted. The direction has been set. You are, unless you've been designated as the speaker for the board, the authorized spokesperson of the board, it should be either the board president or the super. You shouldn't be speaking to the press, probably anyway. So your big moment for the new folks is, man, when they call for discussion, if you got a view, that is your time. It's going to be recorded. You say, please refer to my statement during the meeting. That's it. That's a great way to be true to the board, true to yourself, and within the procedures and parameters of the board meeting. Are we good on that? Because I know as an elected, you want to stand up and scream afterwards or speak your piece or get that quote in the newspaper to show that you're active and involved. That's not your role. Okay? We good? We good on that? Okay, great. Okay. Executive session. Okay, now, executive session is this, right? We get to say under the Open Meetings Act, hey, we have a couple things we can go behind closed doors and talk about out of the earshot of the public. And we'll go briefly through those exceptions, but you still have to list those exceptions with specificity. Limited personnel matters, discussion of complaint against a licensed employee, something like that. Okay, still got to have some specificity. You are bound in executive session to protect the executive session. Okay, now we're going to talk a little bit about fiduciary duties, obligations to the board, the way that can blow up on you. But the big takeaway is when you go into executive session, you are not to speak of it to your spouse, to your buddies, to the people in the union that you might be buddies with. You are not to speak of executive session outside of it. It's a breach of your duties to the board and the district. Okay. I don't know how much more clearly I can tell you, other than pretty soon we're going to talk about what that can mean for you personally, as well as for the district. So common violations. Does anybody here want to explain to the new folks what a rolling quorum is? Come on, this one's good. This one's easy. Somebody want to jump on it? Rolling quorum. Okay. All right.
It's when Josh and I go have coffee, you know, we talk about something, and then Janelle and I separately go and get together. And then Janelle is like, oh, I'm going to go talk to Ronalda. Now suddenly we have 4 people that have been talking about the same issue that has not been placed on a formal public agenda. And so we're doing board business outside of the public realm.
Right, exactly. And now does it matter?
It also matters in emails. So that is why there has been reminders, do not reply all to emails, because that can create a rolling quorum and we could have issues with that.
Yes. And that can also just be, it can be one-way text messages. Like, let's say you send a message to all the board members. Like, here's my perspective on superintendent's evaluation structure. And you send that out. Even if you don't get a response, you are communicating with a quorum of the board. So text, email, phone calls, personal meetings. Now, with your scenario, and it was the right scenario, does it matter? I think Janelle, were you the fourth one in the there's a third? Oh, Ronaldo was, okay. So does it matter if Josh knows that this is going on over here? Like if the first and second board members, if they have any idea if this is happening? No, it does not. It does not. So we're just counting heads at that point. And that's what the AG would be doing when he reviews you for a violation of the Open Meetings Act, is he'll just be counting heads and was there a discussion of public business? And then they'll say, oh, you need more training, or that's a serious violation, you better stop. So I just want you to be aware of that. So that's a common that's a very common violation. Vague agendas, we talked about. Wandering from agenda specifics, that is, somebody brings up something during public comment that is not on the agenda. And somebody starts saying, oh, well, that was a really good point that they made, and I think we should blah, 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 and it's not on your agenda. You're only talking about things on your agenda. It doesn't matter what's in public comment, okay? Now, exception to that might be, let's say somebody raises a great point during public comment, or another board member says, hey, I really want to talk about, we'll just take the superintendent evaluation document again. And we want that raised for the next agenda. You can do that for things that are coming up. You know, just say, I want this to be a discussion topic. That's not a violation. It's when it turns into document is this, the document is that, the document ought to be changed. You know, when you start doing that, really getting into the substance of the conversation, that's when you're looking at, you're outside of your agenda. Okay. We already talked about, notice of quorum. This is an interesting one. Okay, so let's say the Albuquerque Bulldogs are in the state tournament for basketball. and you guys want to show some camaraderie, community spirit, and 4 of you go and sit at the basketball game together. Okay, now, first thing I'm going to say is there's 4 of you. Uh-oh, right? Now, the second, does that mean absolutely not? Not necessarily. Second criteria is, are you talking about public business? Now, if you're sitting in a group of 4 and you're like, well, what do you think about what happened at the meeting this past, then you're in trouble, okay? The last criteria I would say to you is, you're public officials. And how much money do you want to bet that somebody's going to say, I saw 4 board members sitting together at the basketball game, whispering in each other's ears. I think I'm going to report, so just be smart. 3 of you get together, have a party. 4 of you say, we'll get together later. We'll see you some other time. But my advice to you would be, try to avoid those. You can do notices of quorum. If you're going to be someplace, you're going to a conference, you can do a notice of quorum and tell the public, we're going to be someplace, we're not talking public business, okay? So those are just ideas. Any questions on OMA so far? This was my law partner could talk about this stuff for 2 hours. And
I just wanted to say, just for members of the board, that's why, Christy is always asking if she'll be attending events or not, because she keeps track of if there are going to be more people. We do post on the public website that there will be more than 3 board members somewhere. So when she's asking, like, we need to know if you're going to be attending this event, that's why it's so important, because she does post public events in that way if we know that more than 3 board members will be there.
And you guys are under a microscope, just know it. I mean, this biggest district in New Mexico, people are looking to you guys both for leadership as well as for your mistakes. So be mindful of that. If you have a question, just ask. Last thing I have here is just the no-fly zones. You're going to get information in executive session that is confidential. It can be related to union negotiations, student issues, personnel matters, things that if you release them can be damaging to people and to the fisc of the district. Okay, here's an example. You go into a meeting about union negotiations and you're discussing with your representative, what's our position on this particular payment issue or this particular benefit issue. And you all have some feedback and maybe you set a ceiling or a floor or something. And then you walk out of there and the union was very involved in your election and you go and you spill the beans about something related to that. You might have just cost the district lots and lots of money with your loose lips. You're going to have access to information that can harm this district. Okay. We're going to talk about what that looks like for you. So yes.
Oh, I had a question about the Open Meetings Act. Oh, thank you. So I often get emails from constituents on my personal email, and then I forward it to my APS email and I ask the constituent, can you please email me at this public?
Good practice, by the way.
Is that correct?
That's exactly what you should do, is to say, and that's more of an IPRA, Inspection of Public Records Act issue, which we also have a slide on. But the idea being, so here's the thing, and we'll talk about IPRA in a minute, but the reason that's a good idea is when you get asked for records, when Albuquerque gets asked for records, okay, I want Courtney's emails for the last 2 years related to everything Albuquerque Public Schools. Okay. If Courtney can say everything I have related to Albuquerque Public Schools is on my Albuquerque email address. Okay, because if it's not, when we start doing the review, guess what we have to do? We have to go through Courtney's Gmail account to look for Albuquerque stuff. She's going to love that. Yeah, juicy. So if you want to avoid that scenario of people kind of digging through your stuff, do you guys have your own phones, by the way? Same thing. I want all of Courtney's phone records and text messages related to Albuquerque Public Schools. If it's all on your Albuquerque phone, nobody needs to be digging through your personal phone. Okay, so not so are we? You guys follow me on this? We're gonna talk more IPRA, but that's like a huge takeaway for you. really good practice, by the way, is to say, no, what you say.
Not good practice.
Oh, okay.
So I tell like Christy or Rebecca, I'm on my way to the meeting on my personal phone.
Okay. Well, I mean, what that means is you shouldn't do that. And it's, you know, and I mean, it's not the end of the world, but it does create the need. If somebody ever asks for your text messages, to go through your phone. You know, you can't answer honestly. I don't have anything. I don't have any APS on my phone, on my personal phone.
So can we assume that our APS email is then, like, we're the only ones that have access to it, or no?
Oh, no. Quite the opposite.
Okay, so APS, like, the superintendent could look at my emails or not really?
You know, here's the thing that I would tell you. Any member of the public. And I'm not saying that she can just go and log in and access your account. But let's say that, okay, that she's, I'm not going to use you because this just makes you into the evil villain. Let's say that Tony Ortiz, the evil administrator of the Albuquerque Public Schools who wants to be nosy, just says to his wife, I'm not married, says to his wife, hey, would you send an IPRA request asking for all of Miss Betson's, did I pronounce that correct? Miss Betson's emails? There are so many easy ways to get in, and the requirement to turn that around is 3 days to 2 weeks. So somebody could have your stuff like that.
So yeah, I understand through IPRA, yeah. But on a regular, everyday, if there's not an IPRA report, then other people, like if, say a teacher wanted to send me an email, but was worried about repercussions or whatever, through the APS email, should I assume nobody else is looking at the APS email, or should I assume there is other people that have access and are looking at it? That's
Okay.
what I'm asking.
You're actually raising two issues. The first thing that I'm going to say to you is, I'm going to be very concerned that you're getting email from disgruntled employees. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. The next thing I would say to you is, no, you shouldn't assume that that is confidential, protected. Now, you know, confidential personnel matters are not open to the public. Okay, but the harder question here is going to be, should you be doing that in the first place? So we're going to talk about that in a minute. But your example feeds us into something good. So let's talk. Next slide, please. Okay. I have this here for you. Remember, I gave you the board's powers a minute ago. This is the statute that outlines the superintendent's powers. Why do I want you to see this? I want you to see this because this is the master list of what you don't get to do. Okay? She is the CEO of the district. Here's the big one. Administer and supervise the school district. That is teachers in the classroom, kids in the classroom. She's managing personnel. She's managing day-to-day operations. Keep the buses going. Keep the heat on. Day-to-day operations. And the last one, also a big one. Employ, fix salaries, assign, terminate and discharge. Okay. Terminate and discharge. Please, if you don't walk away from this with much else, please remember, board members, you do not get to control hiring, firing, assignment. Okay. You know, the initial employment and choices. Okay. You have how many, someone tell me, how many employees do you have, this board? One employee. That's it. Now, good news is you get to hold her accountable for all the stuff that goes on underneath her. Okay. But you've got one employee. So, Ms. Benson, one of the reasons that I said to you, like, oh, you're getting a letter from a disgruntled employee? Whose employee is that?
I mean,
Yes.
superintendent also got the same email, so I'm just asking a question.
Yeah.
I'm not like-
No, I'm not picking on you. I'm not picking on you. I just want to be clear. But this is a great statute to look at because it points you in the right direction for the things you're not supposed to be doing. Okay, next slide. Okay. I like this question. Somebody want to take this? Superintendent signs a contract for purchase of new copiers throughout the district. Fantastic. We're getting new equipment. She got us a great contract deal with Xerox for all the schools. Somebody want to tell me what the problem with that is? Oh, come on. Yes.
There needs to be an RFP that goes through the board.
Nicely done. Yeah, nicely done. So here's the thing.
In our.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, and here's this is because remember, you know, when I tell you, oh my gosh, don't get involved, hiring, blah, blah, blah. The board still has the power of the purse, purchases. I mean, I'm here because this board, you know, chose us through an RFP process. The expenditures. So I've seen supers get in trouble for the expenditure of money by the board. Now, slush fund, because that's an ugly word, but like, okay, here's the thing. Yes.
I'm about to answer that question for you. We actually have policy that says these kind of approvals don't come before the board unless it hits a certain percentage. And for us, it's 500,000. So in this particular, I'm assuming a contract for copiers is under 500,000. So the superintendent could actually manage that without it coming to us. So we do have a
I'd be
policy.
surprised if you could hit it for 500 with, and it still, yeah, and it still would be procurement. It would still be procurement as was raised, but I think that's exactly what we're talking about. Like how much money can she spend? And what would be best practices for a superintendent spending 500,000 or 499,000? Would be for it to be on the agenda, either for ratification or, you know, if she doesn't, you know, she doesn't need your vote on it, at least informational, so that you all know if she's racking up a list of $499,000 purchases. You know, we've actually had people kind of, that's how they work their way. We've seen people work their way through expenditures. Yes.
It's trade. That one's running out of battery.
Oh, I do that sometimes to people and microphones. Okay, so yes, we answered that. Great. Next slide, please. Okay, community role. Now, I want to talk about moving into sort of the team concept as a board and what your role is. So best practices, help the superintendent be to anticipate problems, be the eyes, ears of the district. That's fine. What did we? Okay. Oh, wait, there we go. Okay, thank you. Let's start here. This is a good one. So chain of command, staying in your lane. We talk a little, okay, what are our roles? We do. And probably rule of thumb that I give to you is please try and live by what you know to be the chain of command. Okay. Now, what does that mean? As a board member, you are not investigating. Somebody comes to you and says, I'm having trouble with my principal. Here's a letter I'm sending to you to outline all the problems, all the morale problems at my school. Okay. Is your job to sit and take notes for 2 hours about, oh, and who would have seen this and who else heard this and who should we be talking to and who are the students who were present and what other staff members might feel the same way? Should we be talking to them? Is that your job? Absolutely not. Zero. Okay. Now, also in that is on the board side of this, board chain of command. So the first thing is referring student, parent, staff matters to the correct person or process. Okay. You get a call from a parent. You know, so I'm going to jump to something and I want this big triage job you should be doing as a board member. Does it involve staff? Okay. Questions? It's an angry parent. Angry about Are we, all right. I'm killing microphones. Okay. You know, if it's an angry parent or staff, I can tell you that APS has built-in processes both through its collective bargaining agreement for staff members and for parents and community members. There is a complaint process. And why do we want people to do that? There's a whole bunch of reasons, but why? Why do we care? Somebody want to jump in? Somebody other than Courtney? Somebody want to jump in and tell me reasons why we care? Okay. We want lowest resolution level for one. Okay. I'm an angry parent, mad about my teacher. Okay. Shouldn't that teacher have a chance to fix the problem with the kid?
Yes.
You know, so
Process.
yeah, so shouldn't you go back to the teacher first? Now, we'll talk about what this looks like for a board member because I want to help you manage this, okay? But lowest resolution level, okay? You want to be with, also second, you want to be within your complaint processes. Let's say you end up with a lawsuit someday on some of this. The first question the lawyers are going to ask you is, you know, why didn't you follow your process? Why didn't that person, you know, why didn't you refer them to the complaint process and their opportunity to have this heard and reviewed and appealed and blah, blah, blah. You know, so the question is going to be, why didn't you follow your own processes? Okay, so we want that as well. Okay. Third thing is, we don't want you where you're not supposed to be. Give Gabriella an opportunity to manage issues where they're supposed to be managed. She don't want you all up in her business, okay? And if you start telling the public, I use this analogy all the time, but you all, most of you here have kids. You know, there's this had kids when they were little. You know, there's this great book called If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. And the idea was, you know, you give a mouse a cookie, the mouse comes back, wants a glass of milk. And I'm not comparing members of the public to a mouse, but the point being that if you start sending the signal and the lesson to the public that the board is where you get your problem solved. You're my problem solver. I just, you know, I don't have to pay attention to Gabriella or the principal or the associate supers or the teacher in the class. I'm just going straight to the people at the top. I'm going to handle my question. If that's the lesson you teach the public, they're going to keep coming back. They're going to keep coming back. Okay, so it's up to you. You're the ones who set the parameters, direct people in the right place. Okay, so that's why we're after this. So let's talk about not in the chain of command. Yes.
What about so it's also important to encourage people to exhaust their administrative remedies before they escalate things.
Yes, and that's you're a lawyer. You're a lawyer.
I teach administration.
Yeah. So yes. So the point is absolutely right, and it kind of goes to the point of like being within your own processes because you want people to go through that. Let's say you're a upset employee. The CBA will have an opportunity for you to meet with your supervisor, file a level 1, maybe file a level 2, get it reviewed at the associate level, associate super level or principal level, and then eventually it'll bubble up to the super and they'll get 2 or 3 levels of review. You want them to go through that because they might get their problem answered. Yes.
That staff person is not in the union. Do they still fall under the CBA?
Typically, no. If they're non-union, then they still have a process. Process is in board policy. So everybody's got access. I don't want you feeling like nobody knows where they go or, you know, they don't have access. My favorite, we'll talk about this more, but my favorite is the standard, the morale is terrible, or here's my second favorite. I'm really afraid of retaliation and therefore I can't talk to anybody but you. Okay. That I promise you, if you haven't heard it already, you will hear it 10,000 times, or I've already tried and nobody's listening to me. Okay. And here's the thing, I'll bet you my firstborn and my secondborn, that I'm trying to get rid of them. They all look alike. I got more where they came from. So the point being that if they go through the process, I promise you, they will not have gone through the process when they tell you that. They will not have submitted a written complaint. And here's the thing I want to tell you to make you feel better. The law is replete, and your policies replete with protections for people who file complaints. So you can tell people, your best protection from retaliation is actually going through the process. Because I will tell you, once we have a complaint in our hands, we look at it and we are very, very serious and careful about how we manage responses, reactions, disciplinary reactions. So you can feel good about sending people through the process, not feeling guilty. Are we good on that? Yes.
What I've realized in not only being as on the board, but also as president, many people come to you about their suggestions and how to handle, I really think you need to do this. So I often say to them, okay, I need a one-pager. You cite the problem, give me your avenues of advocacy and your protocols that you followed, and then provide me a solution. I'll file it. And since board is policymaking, I'll gather that and keep gathering data. But that's how I'm just gonna keep it to where it's not going anywhere.
Well, I think that in the triage process, because here's the way that I think you need to think about what can you receive and what doesn't belong to you. So the bright line rule of thumb, if you hear kid, staff, parent, it doesn't belong to you. Okay. That is an immediate, have you gone to what's the lowest level? And we'll talk about how we also refer it to the super and how we get it into the administration's hands. Where people can talk your ear off in the triage, I've got a great idea about a new policy. Can we sit and talk about this policy? Can we talk about the budget for the coming year? I've got some great ideas about how you all should reallocate, blah, blah. Talk till you're blue in the face. Okay, that belongs to you. Okay, so triage, are you recognizing the things that you can do and that you shouldn't be doing? Okay, yes.
I have a question about chain of command.
Okay.
Not pushing superintendent or principal on your individual concerns. Okay, so I am both a parent and a board member,
Okay.
and I haven't done anything wrong yet, and I have exhausted my administrative remedies, but I could use your advice. I'm probably willing to let this go, but there's a teacher who drives me completely crazy at my students' high school. And I exhausted all my administrative remedies. I met with the teacher one-on-one. I met with the teacher and the counselor. I met with the teacher, the counselor, the assistant principal for curriculum. I met with the teacher. I met with the assistant principal for student success. I set up a health, whatever it is, for something. I wrote a letter to the principal. I went back and forth with the principal. So since I'm now a board member, I mean, this is all before I was board, I stopped and I've decided to just pretty much give up. But I do think that in addition to the teacher being a problem for my kid, the teacher's a problem. I talked to the union about the union forwarded me the relevant provisions of what they could do to help. But I was like, in that situation where there's a conflict between my role as a parent and my conflict as a role as a board member, I've already exhausted all my internal remedies. What do I do?
Okay, so the first thing I would say to you is, if you have a parental role, custodial role over a kid, that doesn't mean you surrender those when you get elected to office. The only guidepost I give you is when you go in to meet, don't throw your weight around. In fact, completely diminish it. I always tell board members, the first thing out of your mouth should be, I'm here as a parent. You know, my board role doesn't matter. I'm here as a parent and that's it. And then I think you're fully armed, as any parent would be. Now, the don'ts in that are, don't go in and say, do you know who I am? We have board members across New Mexico, shockingly, who have done that before. So just be careful with the misuse of your authority. Now, what I would say to you on your circumstance would be that I think where the error is, and I mean, if you still wanted to do it on behalf of your child, the only thing I would say is a lot of times parents think, oh, I've talked to the teacher, I've talked to the principal. If you've got a complaint, there is an actual form and process and levels where the district's required to give you written responses. And so that's where you should be armed.
Put it through Let's Talk or what?
Oh, that I don't know. Oh,
I mean, I did write the principal a letter.
mhm.
She and I went back and forth, and we reached a resolution, which is far from ideal, but I can live with it.
Mhm.
Like, I'm really not happy.
Okay, so if you're not happy,
It's a Martinez Yazzie problem.
okay, so if you're not happy, then I think then it turns to submitting a written complaint and requiring the district to respond as a parent, because that's what I would tell you. This is great to get informal resolutions, teacher, principal level, if you can do it. If you can't, then you're starting to talk about a written submission and receiving a written response.
And it isn't just my kid. It's like a lot.
Well, the thing is that what arms you here is that it is your kid. Is it, you know, you have standing, for lack of a better way of saying it, to go in and make this complaint on behalf of your child. It's a little harder if you just go in and say, I think this teacher's terrible for everybody. It's a little harder to do that as an issue because that's an evaluative supervisory kind of thing. So I don't know if that answers your question.
But
Yeah,
I did
that's what I was gonna say.
exhaust all my
Yeah,
administration.
just make sure that, you know, if you get to where you're out of informal resolution, you start looking at formal complaint processes. So let me keep going because we have a lot to do before I want to talk about, I want to make sure we have time to talk about evaluation at the end. So next, I'm skipping the administration piece of that. There was an administration side also, but for her, there are also chains of command that she has to abide by as well. So make sure to look at that. So let's talk about the board's community role. Okay, so here's what you do, new people. You're sitting at, I don't know, Barella's Coffee House, enjoying your chicharrones and your cup of coffee on the weekend. Chicharrones, yum. But so I've been thinking about it since I came to town. I'm like, that's where I might go when we're done. But and you're minding your own business. And somebody comes and sits down next to you and says, I need to talk to you. I'm a teacher at this high school in your district, and I'm really concerned about the principal. And, you know, I'm afraid of retaliation. I'm worried about XYZ. Okay. Now, who wants to take a shot at how you manage that? Come on, somebody, give me something good. There's no, well, there are wrong answers, but there are better answers. Somebody want to take a shot at this? Just try it. What do you do? What do you say?
Well, I think what you shouldn't say is that's not my job.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's not my job. It would probably be abrupt and to some level insensitive. Okay, we're trying to be responsive, but the truth of the matter is that's not for the board. Okay, so I think the first thing you should do is hear my nagging little voice in the back of your head that says, triage, how am I supposed to triage this? Does this belong to me? Okay. And then the next thing I want you to hear is a click, and that's the timer that I'm putting on you. Okay. You've got 90 seconds. I'll even give you 2 minutes to figure out how to manage this. Okay. So the first thing you can say is, oh, what high school are you talking about? Oh, it's Albuquerque High. Okay. And what was your name again? Okay. And this involves your child and a concern of, or this involves a concern about the principal? Yes, it does. Well, have you actually talked to the principal yet? No, I've not. I'm worried about retaliation. I'm worried about my, blah, blah, blah. Okay. That'll, you know, have you done this? And then you can say, hey, the board is not involved at the first level of personnel matters, but this is really important to me that we're, you know, that we're being responsive. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to encourage you to talk to the principal if you haven't. But right now, since I can't, and the board doesn't get involved in this, what I can promise you is right now, as soon as we're done, I'm gonna send a text or a phone call to the superintendent, let her know that I had this conversation, give her your information and the school, and that basically it's an issue about the principal, and you'll hear from someone. Okay, thank you. Is that before I can get to evaluation, or is that everything? Oh man, you're killing me. Okay. Okay. Ish. Okay. So do you follow me why we're doing this? Okay. We are trying to be sympathetic, accepting, understanding, but we are also trying to not sit and pull out a yellow pad and say, oh, what did the principal do? And on what dates? And what did he say to your kid? And what's the problem with your kid? And, you know, give me the history. Does your child have a disciplinary history? Blah, 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 blah. You know, you're not doing that. You're not supposed to be doing that. Yes, sir.
So I think your initial example was a teacher.
Yes. Yeah.
So if it's a teacher that doesn't have a student, they have a problem with so the
Same response. If it's a teacher saying, I'm having trouble with my supervisor, have you talked to your supervisor? No. Well, the board doesn't handle personnel issues at this level. We're not the first, and I love this line. We are not the first level of review. We're the last level of review. So we can, you know, we might end up being involved in this, but not right now. And so I can't get involved with you, but here's what I'm going to make sure you're taken care of. I'm going to make sure you're taken care of. I call this my coffee shop example. And give it to Gabriella, and Gabriella will either find who needs to be done or give that person a complaint, you know, form, let them start the process, whatever she needs to do. And then she can make the phone call. You know what you can do later in the day? You can call Gabrielle and say, did you take care of Mr. Jones who was complaining? Did you get him his information? You can make sure that she's checkmarked the boxes so that you don't look like a bozo. Are we good? You follow me? Yes.
This also alleviates the stress that you take on from any kind of agreement or fulfilling a responsibility you feel as a board member. But I think it takes away the stress that you are trying to not only alleviate from your life as a board member, but it helps us to realize that everyone on the board has responsibilities, and that when you carry on too much, it affects you, and then eventually affects your health, and then your mind, and all of these other areas.
Well, and you know what else it does? It avoids the rest of the board being mad at you and the superintendent being upset at you for being way outside of your lane. Because if you're making promises and you're sticking your nose in and you're doing investigation and they told me this and why aren't you doing that? And, you know, you're going to create exposure for this board. You're going to, this is the whole mouse and the cookie thing again. Okay. One upset employee tells you and you go out and you're rustling the bushes. The next upset employee comes to you and says, I'm afraid of retaliation too. What are you going to do for me? How are you going to help me? You know, do not make yourself the complaint department. Okay. It's easy to manage. Go through your elevator speech. You can manage this in a way that is productive for them. And really, it is best for them. Okay. It really is best for them. And, you know, a lot of these hearings, I don't know if your student hearings or your staff hearings always come before you, but many boards end up with student disciplinary hearings in front of them. You know, you end up with a staff or an employee termination. What happens if you go and you're super sympathetic to this employee? Tell me all about it. Tell me all about your case. Let me know what the problems are. And then, lo and behold, the superintendent at the end of the year decides that she wants to discharge that employee, and you've had your nose all up in it. Okay. You are going to end up creating a problem for this board and yourself. Okay. You might even be conflicted out of those hearings because you've been doing things you're not supposed to be doing. Okay? Are you hearing me? Okay, the other thing, let's talk about this too. You know who angry employees' favorite witnesses are? Board members with big mouths. Fantastic. So, Ms. Jackson, isn't it true that when you had a discussion with Mr. Jones, that you said, yeah, you know, I've really had a lot of problems with that principal too. I have a lot of problems. I don't think he's doing a very good job. Didn't you say that to Mr. Jones when you talked to him at the coffee shop? Yeah, nice work, Ms. Jackson. Burying this board with your admissions, okay? Getting your nose all up in things you're not supposed to be in, creating exposure for this board and problems for the superintendent, okay? So on this slide, I have it in bold because I want you to read it 10 times. Do not directly communicate with employees or community members regarding confidential problems or issues that fall within the administrative chain of command. Now, again, that doesn't mean be rude, but it is the 90-second tick, 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 tick. Mr. Ortiz is going to be mad at me if I go longer than this, okay? Give them resources and get out, okay? So, now these may include, it says, students, parents, staff complaints, day-to-day operations, complaints about morale or worries about retaliation. Not your circus, not your monkeys. Okay? Okay, good. Next slide, please. Okay, quiz question. I think we just answered this. Angry parent calls you, new board member, to complain that her child's teacher is being mean. It's redundant there. So we already know what to do with that, right? We already know what to do with that. Referral to lowest level, give them to the administration, thank them for bringing it to you and tell them that they will have a response promptly, okay? You're entitled to make those promises, okay? So next slide, please. Okay, board member tells the superintendent that during the weekend basketball game, he inspected all the public areas, found them to be dirty and thinks the custodian should be fired. Okay, somebody give me some feedback on this. Yeah, not your lane. Now, here's the thing. Let's say that you're just walking through the school and you notice a problem. It's perfectly fine to tell the superintendent. But this is ripped from the headlines. I actually had a board member in a district who owned a custodial company and would walk through the facilities with a check mark box, and then would give to the superintendent and say, terrible custodian, you need to take care of this person. I think they ought to be fired. Okay. The real problem with this is I think they should be fired. Okay. Again, you're going to get yourself into trouble because what do terminated employees, what's their favorite witness? Board members. Isn't it true, Ms. Jackson, that you were walking through taking notes on everything that you saw that was wrong? Yes. And isn't it true that you told the superintendent you thought he ought to be fired? So you've been after him, haven't you? Yeah. Yeah. So the point is that they could be, even without the last question, a lawyer can make this look like the board's improperly involved. The board is forcing the superintendent to do something she wouldn't otherwise do. So there's all kinds of legal liability that can flow from that. Next question or next slide. I'm going to fly through these because I talked about them, but I want to talk about the superintendent setting boundaries with you. Okay. This is painful for your superintendent. Okay. Painful to have to say to you, this is not your lane. Now, I always, and I'm going to tell you this because I'm over here cozying up to the super, see me cozy, is to say on her behalf that I don't want you to be that board member. Okay. Please don't be that board member where she has to tell you that's a personnel matter. You really shouldn't be involved. And I tell my supers, be respectful, but firm. Somebody shows up in your office and says, I'm really angry about this principal. Now, what's the difference? You can say, hey, I'm getting complaints about this principal at Albuquerque High. I need you to know about it because I'm getting calls. I'm not taking information other than the basics, but you need to know. That's fine. Eyes and ears for her. Now, the problem is when you're all up in it and you're doing things you're not supposed to be. She's going to have to tell you to stop. And it's hard for her. Why? Somebody want to tell me why it's hard for her to tell you?
We're her boss.
And you're going to be evaluating her and deciding on her contract. And it's really hard to tell you guys no. So I'm telling you no right now for her. Okay. Don't be that person. So if necessary, you know, when these things, sometimes we have these facilitated meetings, we can send letters to the board to say, hey, we've got this information that we might have board members doing certain things that are out of their lane without pointing fingers. But the board is self-governing. So what that means is if you're consistently doing something that creates a problem, there are avenues to address those things that might be embarrassing for the board and you. And we're trying to not go there. So please understand that the best way to do that is to be very conscious of your place and your lane and the things you can and cannot do. And, you know, I certainly think, okay, here's the difference. We're going to hire a new football coach for La Cueva. I don't know. Go Bears. For La Cueva. And you're an alum. You're an alum, really? You're an alum and you think, oh, this guy would be just the best. Now, you can go and you can say, hey, I know there's an application process going on. I've had some experience with Coach Smith, and he's great. Now, that's my input. I know it's your decision. Anytime you open your mouth about HR, you should always start with, I know it's your decision. But you can express I know this person, they're great. Because a community member could do that with super, say, I know this person, he's great. But it's the minute that you say, you better hire him. Or, you know, it's going to be a problem if we don't take a step like this. It's going to be a problem for you. You know, if you don't do something the community really wants, and you subtle or not so subtle pressure on the superintendent related to hiring or firing. Okay, so I want you to know that. Next slide, please. I got to move. So setting boundaries for the superintendent. I don't want you all to think that it's just about setting your boundaries. You get to set boundaries on her, how much she gets to spend on contract, budget adjustment requests. Don't ever get sucked into, I've had a lot of superintendents lately asking boards for blanket permission for budget adjustment requests. I don't know if that's a thing here, but I don't encourage it. Agenda content, it is your meeting. You get to determine what's in there. And then you also have a check on the superintendent's power with regard to review for staff grievances and terminations, as well as student hearings. So, and then of course you have contract evaluation and contract itself. So next slide, please. Okay, here's what I want to talk about: ethics rules, because we've talked a little bit about, are you in your lane? So the emphasis here is this: treat your office as a public trust. That's language out of the Governmental Conduct Act here in New Mexico. Now, the big uglies in that are obvious. Don't steer money, funds, contracts to yourself or people that you're attached to, family members. But I also want to talk about the bottom two bullets on the left side here. The school board handbook says, okay, your trustees, your obligation is to keep the district well-managed, tax dollars spent wisely, fair employment practices, not to run the schools, but to ensure that they are run well by others. And then, of course, there's the NMAC, which is law here in New Mexico, regulatory law. And it requires that board members delegate administrative and supervisory functions where appropriate and refrain from getting involved in such actions. So why does all this gobbledygook matter? Why? It matters because ultimately what we're trying to do here is, when we keep you doing what you're supposed to be doing, if the district gets sued for doing something it's not supposed to be doing, and someone says, oh, look at what you were doing, Ms. Betson. You know, look at your involvements with this, out of your lane, doing things you weren't supposed to. And then you say, well, that's just a handbook. You know, it's just guidance. But what it does is it sets the appropriate sort of what I would call standard of care for a reasonable board member? What are the things that a reasonable board member should be doing? And so in these suits, when they say this board member's out of their lane, this board member wasn't, making wise decisions with regard to legal exposure and the fisc of the district, this is where this all comes from. And so these are guideposts, and I think we've beaten it to death, but I want to make sure that we talk about that. So let me give you some examples of improper purpose. I want to access facilities for my own use or my family to go play basketball, personal agendas, anything that looks like self-dealing. And then I have, of course, using the office or the position to discriminate or harass. And then, of course, board interference with superintendent and usually administrative employment matters. Now, consequences, we already talked about lawsuits, but it's also bigger than that. Board chaos. We're upset with each other. It's not working. It's not functional. PED can take action, take away powers from you if it's severe, and individual actions, if it's self-dealing, it can be fourth-degree felony, which is bad. So next. Okay. This is just one of those things about who's your employee. I just want to say to you this. Let's say you have a problem with the finance department, or you have questions. Do you get to go plop down in the finance director's office? No, not without her blessing. She might go with you. Oh, you have questions? Talk to me about them. Maybe let's go talk to the finance director. You can do that. But she is the fulcrum through which all of that access flows. You want to talk to finance? You want to talk to HR? Her permission. She might just say, sure, go ahead. Or she might say, I want to go with you. She has the right to know what's going on in her departments and what the boards are concerned or what the board members are concerned about. So I don't want to get into too much of this because I want to get to evaluation. Next slide. You just make sure I've covered human resources. We've really talked about. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about this chain of command issues. Next slide. Okay. This happened recently. Board member wanted the superintendent to non-renew all principals and make them reapply. Is that for you to push and press? Could the whole board vote and tell her they want her to do that? Could they? No, that's not a power that belongs to you. Okay. So I just want to give you that example. Next slide. I want to get to evals. Okay. So, this is we're spending a little time on. Staff member says she wants to visit with you about her suspicions of misuse of public money by her principal. Okay. Have you all heard of the Whistleblower Protection Act? Okay. This is classic. Okay. Coming to you and saying, I know about waste, fraud, and abuse in a department. I'd like to talk to you about it. I'm afraid of retaliation when you talk to me. Okay. I tried a whistleblower case not too long ago. And one of the requirements of the statute is that you reported the alleged waste, fraud, and abuse, and nothing was done. And then you got retaliated against. Well, we were so puzzled because we couldn't figure out, like, did they ever complain about this? It was a city that was involved in this. And so we were going through discovery in the lawsuit. And then guess what we found out? Hi, I'm here to talk to you about the waste, fraud, and abuse in my department. I'd really like to tell you all about it. Board member. Okay. Board member. Now, perfect example of you setting the district up for problems. Now, I'm not saying slam the door in their face. Oh, you have concerns about waste, fraud. You should go make sure you talk to your supervisor, follow the chain of command. I'm not supposed to hear this at this juncture. Okay. If you hear that, you take that now. I'm also saying to you, if that person says waste, fraud, and abuse, man, you tell your superintendent, get on it. Even if you hear that, but do not be sitting down for coffee with an extensive discussion about who's stealing scrap metal from the shop or, the principal skimming money from this or that. No. Okay. Again, you'll be the favorite witness. What did they report to you? Oh, they told you all about it? Oh, it didn't get handled for several months after that? Why not? What did you do? So save yourself the trouble. Okay, save yourself the trouble. And the low morale one we've already talked about. So next slide. Okay, real quick on IPRA. We talked about IPRA already. Bottom line is this. Public documents in New Mexico. Anything that is created or maintained by the district, and that is you're the district, created or maintained, that is, if it's on the server in your name, if it's something you generated, sent, received, and relates to school business, and I would tell you, even if it's junk on your email, but it's in your server for the school district, might be fair game, okay? Now, the reason this is important is I don't ever want you to write down anything you wouldn't want to read in the journal, okay, about school business. Did you guys hear me? Okay. You know how your mom used to say, if you don't have anything nice to say? Okay, well, your lawyer's advice is if you don't have anything nice to say, at least pick up the phone and say it. You know, don't write it down, because if it's school business related, it is accessible. You have really no expectation of privacy. If it's confidential, truly confidential, we might have the right to say something. I'm actually involved in some litigation for you guys that is 10,000 years old, that is going to be very expensive. I'm even warning you right now. We have won on the substance, but lost on some issues that were unfortunate. And so the price tag is going to be giant. Attorney fees, daily fines, you know, so this can be pricey if you don't handle it correctly. So if you ever get a request sent to you for records, straight to the superintendent. There are timelines associated, 3 days to respond, 15 days by via extension, and then you can end up with fines against you if you're not moving quickly. So I just want you to know about those warnings. And we talked about your phone, we talked about your computer, we talked about text and emails. Any questions on this? Okay, good. Next slide, because I want to get to, and this is the same thing, internet technology, that understanding that, you know, we talked about using your personal emails and social media, social media. I like to encourage board members to do this because it will save you. And that is just keep your social media posts about the schools as best you can to what I call either scheduling or cheerleading. Yay, Albuquerque has a basketball game coming up this weekend at 7 o'clock. Come out and support the Bulldogs. Or cheerleading. Yay, La Cueva just won the state football championship. Let's hear it for the Bears. Go Bears. So to try and keep it there, because, you know, especially during the pandemic, we would get people like, what do you think of the masks? And then we were just having people killing each other a lot of times at the creation of controversy by board members. So I'm just encouraging you to try and keep the public statements. You guys even have a media management portion of this district, which is, you're lucky to keep it there. And if you have questions to go, yeah. So I got my time stolen, man. I want my time back. Okay, next slide. We're going to superintendent evaluation. Yay, the promised land. Here we go. Okay, you guys are a unicorn of sorts, the structure that you have. So I just want to talk to you about basics, and then we can talk a little bit about what you have, what I've seen. Okay, so evaluation issues, there's always fairness of criteria, and that is, I like to see these things be collaborative. I have a feeling that that has been, you know, sort of the benchmark of this, is there's been interaction between what criteria matter, timing, when are we doing this? We're doing it quarterly. When's the summative? You know, February to March. Do we all agree on the timing of when the big evaluative numbers are going to be looked at? Failing to give written direction. I have a lot of boards who won't give any direction during almost the entire course of the year, and then they give summatives. That's not you guys. But we're looking for, another issue is 7 different evaluators. Remember when we started this, we started talking about the power of 7. It's the same thing on your evaluation. You're not giving the superintendent 7 different directions to go in. I want you to do this for my district and that for that person's district, and I want tennis courts over here, and I want, you're not doing this for me. I don't think you're doing this well enough. And this person says you are. I want this statement, and the other person wants a different statement. You are trying to speak with one voice and give her one direction to march in, period. Okay. Now, do you guys use narrative statements in your evaluation tool? Like, do you ever say, we feel like you're handling this particular thing better than, doing a good job of this? Narrative statements at any point? Yes, sure.
So if you look at our governance manual, if you look at addendum 3C, that is the evaluation criteria is in there. So our formative evaluations are actually our progress monitoring that we do every single month. And so that is where she gets the monthly feedback.
Is it narrative, like written statements?
No, we don't get into written until we get to the 360.
Okay.
So, but everything is documented and laid out in addendum 3C.
Okay. So my point in this was that if you're creating narrative feedback statements to your superintendent, it really needs to be agreed upon, preferably all of you, but at a minimum 4 of you that would agree to a statement going in as a narrative statement, where you wordsmith and argue over it. But the point is, you really should be acting as one. Okay, so that's what we're after. Another problem area is not giving the super an opportunity to correct areas that are pointed out for correction. Sounds like you're giving her lots of feedback, so there's opportunity, and that's great. Evaluating for areas that don't belong to the board. We really don't like the hiring you made of the football coach. No, we're not doing that, obviously. We're not downgrading her for evaluative choice or for hiring, firing choices. What you can do is, if the athletics department is sloppy and poorly run and there's recurring issues, you're not evaluating her for the staff she has there. You might be evaluating her for not doing the kinds of things she needs to do to make sure that department is in order. So, yes.
Sorry, may I interrupt?
Yes, of course,
I'm
please.
sorry. So according to her contract, the only thing that we are evaluating her on is her progress towards the goals.
Right.
So we are only evaluating her on the 4 goals.
Student driven.
Student driven. We are not evaluating her on whether or not she's pretty, which she is,
Mhm.
whether or not she attends lots of events. We are only whether, we don't get into the specifics. And kudos to Gabriella for signing a contract that, and she's the only one, I think, in the state that has signed a contract where her evaluation and her contract are based on her attainment of those goals. And that's all we're evaluating her on.
Okay, and I understand that, but I think inherent in some of that, if let's say that you have extensive problems in a department that are impacting the student outcomes. I don't think it's beyond this board to say, program is troubled. Program is not meeting outcomes. And maybe you don't think it touches that. Maybe you don't think it goes there. But how do you tell her program is troubled?
I can try to answer that. So as part of the evaluation cycle, we have a 360 evaluation at the end of the full cycle. So every board member is able to be interviewed and give information on what's going well and what's not going well. And then that was put together. We just did this in November, I think. Then the board put that together as like a summative of overall beyond the meeting the goals. Here's holistically where areas are.
So there is
that you can work on.
an ability to do that. Okay, so I'm good with that. I just want to make sure.
Also say, I'm sorry to interrupt. I would also say that your point that you made a while ago about we have the opportunity during progress monitoring to give our feedback on the strategy that she's using. That is our opportunity to say, gosh, you're using this program in furtherance of goal number 1. strategically, how is that working to further the goals? Like we have the opportunities monthly as we're evaluating the goals. So
I think that's great. And one of the things I forgot to say to the board is I always tell folks, it's okay to be critical of program, but to keep it away from person. Okay, so you have a big problem with the finance department. I don't know who your finance director is. But let's say you come in and you just tear into the director of finance. That's a problem. Okay, that is person, not program. That is her employee, not yours. It is also going to invite, I will tell you, it will likely invite a grievance or complaint against you as a board member. We have employees that do it all the time when they feel like they've been belittled or attacked by board members. And I've also had superintendents who will just say, oh, you don't get to talk to my finance director anymore. Board members, all of your questions will now flow through me. I'm not putting my people in front of you. So be respectful, be focused on program. So climate surveys, I don't know if you have that here or not, but what I want to talk about also is, I can't do this without at least mentioning the idea of termination. My last slide is about what do you do with the board member who comes in and says, I want a new superintendent? Okay, well, I don't know what your salary is, but let's assume that your super is making $250 a year, okay, has a 2-year contract. Okay, do the math. Okay, we're starting at $500,000 in liability right off the bat, plus benefits, plus retirement, plus anything on top of that. And before you know it, lo and behold, your gut to go in a new direction is about to cost you about $700,000 just for a buyout, not to mention legal fees and blah, blah, blah associated with it. Lack of continuity, showing the public we don't know what direction we're going in, you've got a mess on your hands. So that is the nuclear option that you should not be coming in here, throwing it around like it's nothing. It's a big deal. Okay, so PD oversight, I call it the point of no return on here, continuity and cost. Now, your process, let's talk about you. I looked at sort of the outline of what you've got going. I don't want to be critical. It's not my job. What I'm trying to do here is talk about what your options are. Okay. You're getting ready to do, you're coming up on the summative for the year, like the big one? Okay. So, when was the summative done? Okay. So here's the thing. If you are pleased with what you've got, there's certainly no harm in going through the structure that you've set through the rest of this year. What I'm trying to say to you is when you do the summative with the superintendent, you can decide at that point, hey, we don't like this, or we want to add to it, or we want to change this. My recommendation would be if you're doing that summative in November, right after you do the summative, because right now she might be in the middle of being assessed based on the evaluation criteria you've put in place. But when you get to November, let's say you want to add things. Okay. Like if I look at yours and I look at Santa Fe's, okay, what I would tell you is there's an NMAC provision, administrative code provision that has criteria by which licensed administrators are all supposed to be evaluated. It's a dinosaur. It's terrible. Okay. I have told PED I don't like what they have. They've been trying to push different structures, but let's say you wanted to incorporate some of them into evaluation and not be all student-based. You have that option once you get to November, if you decide, and I would suggest it ought to be collaborative with the super. Maybe you leave it as is. You've worked hard on this. You can leave it as is, but you guys are a unicorn. It's different. It's very interesting. Now, some other things that I just want you to think about. Think about. I'm not saying good or bad, but think about. Okay. Typically, the way school districts provide certainty for superintendents is with length of contract. Okay. You can give up to 3 years to a superintendent by contract. So again, do the math. Okay, what if she has a 3-year contract? Then it's $750,000 worth of security plus benefits. That's designed to make, not only to provide continuity, to provide certainty to a superintendent that she's got a long contract. I know you guys have sort of an evergreen clause in this, which is if she meets the criteria, she gets an extra 2 years. I have mixed feelings about that, and I'm just going to give you pros and cons. The pro is continuity, stability for her, for sure. The downside is it takes away your discretion. Let's say you think she's doing great, but you're not sure you want to lengthen the contract again, or you want to see how something goes. Those evergreen clauses take that away from you, your discretion in that regard. So it's a balancing act of what you decide you want to do. Like there might be alternatives. Maybe we give her a 3-year contract instead of a recurring every 2 years, kind of thing. So you decide how you want to roll with those kinds of things. Those are all within your purview, has to work with her contract. You want her happy for sure. And then you have the performance issues. And one of the things, let me give you a scenario related to that. Okay. As a school lawyer, there are 2 things that I look at when somebody calls me, not just about a superintendent, but any employee. When they're talking about renewing their contract, and it's 2 things. It is performance. How are they doing? Are they doing their job well? That's performance. Okay. And the second one is misconduct. Okay. Now, I'm not suggesting that we're in the realm of misconduct, but let me just put it to you this way. Albuquerque has had circumstances, and I have them all the time, with superintendents engaged in misconduct as a basis to either not grant contract extensions or that kind of thing. So what I'm saying to you is one of the things in the mix here is you all have an evaluation that is rightly focused on performance, but it is also focused on extensions. And it doesn't take into account, there might be circumstances where you don't want to give an extension, but your evaluation says you have to. So just be mindful of those factors. There are lots of ways you can give her certainty, longer contract, additional pay, bonuses, and I'm not advocating for that. You can stay right where you are and it'd be fine. It'd be fine. I just want you eyes wide open. Okay, eyes wide open of what you're giving and guaranteeing. And I mean, the case I'm involved with was a case involving a superintendent that was allegedly engaged in forms of misconduct. So you just have to be aware of those things. So I love your performance-based structures. It is kid-based. Let me talk about what I worry about for her. Sometimes superintendents can't control for all of this. Let's say there's a really stubborn student performance issue, and I looked at some of them, where the numbers just aren't happening no matter what she throws at it, okay? Under your criteria, she might not be eligible for that 2-year extension because there's something a number that she just can't move. So in some ways, it might not be fair to her. So I just want you all to think about all of these things. Now, questions. I've thrown out a lot of things. I love the criteria. I went through all the criteria of performance. It looks like you guys are headed in some great directions. Looks like the numbers are trending up. Are there concerns right now about performance structure, ideas that you want to talk about, concerns that you may have?
Question, Madam President. So the misconduct, that's probably in the contract, right? That in the governance manual about, no buyout would be needed or a percentage or whatever it would be.
Oh, in that contract.
Yeah. So, I mean, here's the thing. The way the law is written in New Mexico is you can, if there's cause, what I'm talking about, my concern is that sometimes if you're on an automatic where we're re-upping to 750 every year, and then you have misconduct concerns, but you are bound by your evaluation form to be up the. My concern, that it takes away some flexibility. It also is a concern for her, I think, again, if she can't meet a number, she doesn't get the extension, she might not be in a place to even ask for the raises. So there's just some mechanisms. I'm not advocating. This is all optional. And I think, you have to listen to her and what she needs and what she wants and what she values. Because again, when you get somebody good who's ticking your numbers in the right way, I just want you to be aware of those things. Are there other questions about eval? Yes.
Can you repeat, you asked a question like 2 questions ago about I have a kind of a technical question,
Okay,
which I've raised in public.
sure.
And I was gonna I've raised it in public forum. I've asked for a response from the staff, and I was gonna raise it again in writing, but so please tell me if this is not the appropriate time to raise it.
It would only be inappropriate if it deals with her performance.
No, it
specifically.
doesn't
If
have
it's just
anything-
about the form, that's fine.
It's about the last board's evaluation rubric.
Okay, which is a public document, right?
Yeah,
The rubric?
yeah.
Okay, so what's the question? I think that's a fair question. We're talking about evaluation, so the forms are fair game.
Okay. I'm just gonna say this quickly. I've said it in public forum. It actually has nothing to do with the superintendent or the staff really. It has to do with the last board's idea of what the goals and guardrails are.
Okay.
Can I ask about it?
I think that's all public comment. I don't.
Okay,
think
so
there's a problem.
I've raised this
I'll stop you if I think.
twice in public forum, but my concern, and I think this honestly would help the superintendent, is to strengthen our evaluation of the skills, habits, and mindsets with in-person assessment alongside computer assessment.
Okay. So I think that those kinds of adjustments are the kinds of things that when we get, after you get to November and you've completed this cycle, and you completed this cycle under the doc, you can't change horses midstream.
Okay.
Okay, you are in the middle of this evaluation cycle. She's already halfway into the year. She is focusing her goals and performance on the things you've given her. So if you change the rules,
Them to her, but okay.
yeah, no, I mean, but it's criteria under which she's evaluated. I mean, the rubric that she has,
Okay.
she's functioning under that rubric. When you get to November, if those are things you'd like to see, I think you can raise them and the board can consider whether that's a good idea or a bad idea. You do that in public session, you talk about the rubric, these are good, these are bad. I'd like to augment this process with more. Now, the state form, for example, state form has criteria that are kind of generic and focused on the person, but I don't necessarily know if those are things you'd like to see. You know what I think might be helpful? Just helpful is look at another district. I can give you, I'm sure you have giant districts, but look at some other New Mexico districts, Santa Fe, Las Cruces, just to see if there are criteria that you might find helpful or interesting. That would be probably when you get to November, what I might consider doing. But any other questions about eval or concerns around eval that we can talk about right now? But right now, I looked at it. The performance-based pieces of this are so unique and interesting. And really, I want to compliment you on the focus on students, because the unique part of this is really great, because like when I've seen, like when Santa Fe did this, something kind of like what they took the state mandated requirements and then they added like about 5 to 10 performance-based criteria that they wanted on top of it. And what you guys have done is you've taken the performance-based criteria and made it meet and then decided if there's other things on top. And I think it's good. My recommendation is I would love to see you have more of the state mandated requirements, at least as a, even if it's a minor part, so that if anybody ever says, look at this evaluation, you know, you don't even have any of the state law requirements in here. Now, I will tell you, PED doesn't really monitor it. I've never seen lawyers make a big deal out of it. But if somebody were to, let's say, you know, after Gabriella is ridden off into the sunset somewhere someday, and there's another superintendent or a past superintendent, you have a problem with them and they bring their lawyer and the lawyer says, this evaluation doesn't comply with the law. I have a concern about you not addressing the criteria in the NMAC. And they just make a stink. I don't think it's ugly, but I might suggest you look at those as possible inclusions, but that's for you all to decide. I don't think you're going to die on that hill. So that's all I have, unless there are other questions. Questions or concerns? I am really appreciative of the time. I know your evaluation process is a growth area. When you get to it, and when you get to November, if you have some things that you want to see, some additional forms, something that looks like adjustment, I'd be happy to send some of those things your way. I'm appreciative of your time this morning. Thank you all. Thanks so much. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Thanks for inviting me to see you. It's good to meet you. Thanks for all the great feedback. See you.
Our initial training.
No.
Yeah. Oh, have fun.
We're adjusting.
I did get. Please.
We're 3.5. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for your presentation. Now we'd like to get on to our next topic of, it's 3.5. And this is on board culture, norms, and decision-making, governance roles and guardrails. While the presenter is here, we'll also be doing our lunch. So it'll be a working lunch session. So I would like to. Is Courtney first? Or are you gonna go first? You're first, Courtney? Oh, I'm fine. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and grab your lunch first, and then did you want to eat, or you want to eat while you're up there talking? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, lunches are in the back. Just go ahead. Oh,
There's Diet Coke in the fridge up there. If anybody-
yes, thank you. So everyone grab your lunch. And we'll continue on. Where we go? And what happened to some of the information on it, and it went to the overall. I did turn in for the rubric. Oh, yeah. But it was in there last, I couldn't make it handwritten, but I can redo it. Yeah, I think we, there was some question on three of them that, Did I know that, I was wondering if I put my name on mine. I don't know what I did. I put my name. Yeah, she said she may identify yours. No. I like that.
Whenever you're.
It's like, so you want me to go ahead and kick it off?
Well, you can get your lunch.
Okay.
But.
I know my parents were going
like you're playing a big game or something. Oh, yeah, she was at the board meeting. Oh, my God. Like, yeah. Going? Oh, where?
Okay, so while Sal's getting the stuff pulled up, I was asked by Board President Tomorito just to kind of do like an overview of our system of governance, kind of where we started, where we're going, and just to give very top level information. I think the point that I want to highlight and underline and put exclamation points around is that the way that the Albuquerque Public Schools Board of Education functions is very different from the way that other boards of education in New Mexico do their set system of governance. And so there are going to be things that we are unicorns on, but I think we are unicorns on it because it is a benefit to the students ultimately and is a benefit to the district. So I will be very brief. These are my super fancy flow charts that I put together, but I'm just trying to be very succinct and basic to have this discussion. So this first slide is my visualization and my interpretation of the way the Board of Education and the district functioned prior to student outcomes focused governance. And as you can see, there's the Board of Education and there are 7 lines that are directing down to the superintendent. Beneath the superintendent, there's obviously the cabinet members. I did want to highlight that there is then there's kind of 2 sides of the house within the district. There's the academic side and the operational side. Those 2 sides then do come back together under our principals, and then the principals lead down to our schools. One thing that just should be noted, but is not visual here, is that the community is surrounding this entire flow chart. And the community comes in at various points or at all points along this flow chart. But here in a little bit, I'm going to make the point about where we have influence and where the superintendent has influence. So with that 7 line, just the point I want to make about that is previous to student outcomes focused governance, I think there really was a belief and an aspect that there were 7 different members with 7 different platforms with 7 different ideas about how APS should be run. And all 7 were giving direction to the superintendent. And as that visual, I hope, represents is that if the superintendent is receiving 7 different directives, it makes it very challenging for her to focus on anything that is flowing below, because he or she is having to address the 7 different agendas that are above. So next slide, please. So when what this flow chart is hopefully representing is that this is the new era of student outcomes focused governance. And I want to pause and just thank Board President Tom Morito for her president's message in the At a Glance yesterday. The timing was so appropriate because I think what she mentioned in the At a Glance was that our job is focus and accountability. And so I think what this flow chart is showing is that here's where the focus comes. Now there's just one line going from the Board of Education down to the superintendent. And I think what that is really highlighting is that we are kind of focusing in on what matters. And so next slide. Thank you, Sal. So as we move through, it's gonna be like kind of a continuous zoom in onto portions of that flow chart. So this is taking the top flow chart where we have the Board of Education and the superintendent. And that thinning of the line down to 1 is where student outcomes focused governance comes into play. Where student outcomes focused governance is really highlighted for us is within first of all, within our governance manual. Our governance manual is really where we as a board make agreements as to how we are going to govern the board. But it also helps us, again, to keep our focus. There are 4 sections in there. The first is the goal section. The second is the guardrail section. The third section is our interactions with the superintendent. And the last one is our agreements amongst ourselves as to how we are going to interact as a board. And so student outcomes focused governance is really where we maintain our focus on how we're going to move the district forward. So the next slide, don't click it yet, but the next slide is going to be that student outcomes focused governance square, and we're going to zoom in on that. So next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so what student outcomes focused governance really is the division of labor, so to speak, between what the board does and what the superintendent does. And so what the board does is the what. It's the goals and the guardrails. We set what the superintendent needs to focus on, and then the how is the superintendent's authority. The what, the goals and the guardrails, those were determined, and I hope you all had a chance to read the backgrounder that was sent out, was included in the At a Glance from last week. But the goals and the guardrails were put together by, again, a very extensive outreach to the community as to what they wanted our students to know and be able to do. And again, those goals and guardrails are set for 5 years, and we are going to maintain our focus on what Albuquerque as a community wants our students to know. The how, and this has been exhausted with the previous presentation, the how is firmly planted within Dr. Blakey's authority. But I think a lot of questions do happen amongst board members is how do we know that the how is actually being done? And that is through our progress monitoring. So to go back to President Tom Morito's message in the At a Glance, this is where the accountability aspect comes in. So the accountability is really not only where we protect our credibility, which is what she said in the message, but it's also where we know that the goals and the guardrails that the community has told us they want us to focus on that is our opportunity during our progress monitoring on the dais to ensure that the superintendent is doing her job. If I can also tie it back to the contract, this is where her, or not her contract, but the evaluation. This is where her monthly formative evaluation is happening. This is our opportunity to ask whether or not the skills, habits, and mindsets are whether the tool is working. Sorry?
Which I've done.
Right, which you've done. So like that is really where we have the opportunity to ask kind of those more in-depth questions for the formative evaluation, so that by the time we get to the summative evaluation, honestly, Dr. Blakey shouldn't be surprised about anything that comes through that, because we've had formative evaluations leading up to that point. So before we click, the next slide is going to be taking that progress monitoring and kind of breaking that down just a little bit more. So next slide. So here's where progress monitoring, and I don't think that we've had an opportunity yet to really get into this in depth. And I think once we do get our coach, we'll be able to really have more in-depth conversations on this. But this is what progress monitoring looks like in a nutshell. We, as a board, have the opportunity and the obligation to ask technical, tactical, and strategic questions. The technical and the tactical questions, those are the questions that really should be asked before a board meeting. These are the ones that we send in a week in advance because they require a little bit more, they potentially have the ability to require more research, maybe something that the Dr. Blakey or her team can't, really answer right off the bat. So these are questions that come in before. Technical questions are, is the assessment accurate? They're focusing on what the tool is. Tactical questions are focusing on the implementation. How is whatever strategy you're using being implemented? And then the strategic questions, those are the ones that we're asking during our board meetings in public. And the reason that they're so important, it's us trying to learn about the results, trying to understand whether or not what the impact is of what Dr. Blakey is doing under her authority, whether or not what she is doing is actually making an impact and influencing movement towards the goals. So that's why those questions, those strategic questions, are so important, because ultimately what she's being evaluated on is her impact towards those goals. So, sorry, Sal, can you go back to this second slide? Thank you. So the final point that I wanted to make, and then we can move on to Dr. Avosa, is I mentioned that the community comes in at every single point along the way, right? The community came in at the Board of Education when we set the goals and the guardrails. The community is going to come in down at the bottom, especially right now, let's use timely information. They're coming in with budgets. There are some that love their budgets, there's some that don't. Where, if anything comes into us below that superintendent line, whether it's academics, operations, if it's about a principal, it's about a school, that is where we send that information back to the superintendent. We do not get involved in those very specific questions, but that doesn't mean that the community doesn't have the right to ask us those questions. It doesn't mean that they don't have the right to have their questions answered. It's just a matter of making sure that the correct individual with access to the best information can answer those questions. So the final point that I wanted to make is, please make sure, if you haven't done so already, that you review our governance manual, and that I would really encourage you to read the background around how the goals were set, because this really is unique among New Mexico, that what we're doing is focusing on our students and making sure that they are graduating with the tools that they need to live and work in remain in Albuquerque or remain in New Mexico. So I think is that what you wanted me to do? Okay, is that what you wanted me to do? Yes?
Well, and the other thing, just so the board members know, is many school districts within the state of New Mexico watch us. So a lot of them are testing out student outcome focused governance. They want to know how you get it, what's the background. So it just helps us to know, where did it all start? How did it all happen? So we're able to deliver that message too. And how we're doing it. But I'm just saying, when school districts come to us, because they want to know, and sometimes it's also our input on what we feel also about that.
Yeah, and one more point is, especially with the Martinez-Yazzie decision that we're all needing to address. I will point out that Albuquerque Public Schools is the only district in the entire state that has dedicated goals to that population of students. And so again, as far as being a leader in the state, we are the ones that are addressing that directly. And I think that gives us the opportunity to be leaders and to say that maybe the way we do things is different, but we are the only ones that are focusing in so significantly on that needed population. That's it. I'll turn it over to Dr. Avosa.
Madam President. Thank you. We'll pull up our slides here in just a moment. We've made a few adjustments. I've made a few adjustments to my slide because we're a little bit behind. Next slide. For those of you I've not had an opportunity to meet or say good morning to, is it afternoon yet? Yes. My name is Robert Avosa. You can go to the next slide. I'm a longtime teacher, assistant principal, coach, chief of staff. I worked as chief of staff in Charlotte-Mecklenburg schools, superintendent in Fulton County, which is in the Atlanta metro area, and then ended my public school career in Palm Beach County. And like many of the children you serve, I'm bilingual. My family moved to the United States when I was a little kid, and public ed is an amazing equalizer, right? Democracy really requires that our students be educated, and you guys do a great job. And unfortunately, it's also a little bit of a thankless job. But just wanted to introduce myself. Next slide, please. I run a program training superintendents across the country. We now have over 600 graduates. We're very proud of the fact that 70% of our nearly 70% of our graduates are female, and a little over 60% are people of color. We work in an industry that's predominantly female, yet we don't see the same and equal number of senior staff. And so for the last 3.5 years, we've been focused on that. We've partnered with a national nonprofit called Women Leading Ed, and they've been a huge partner. And that's actually how I had a chance to meet Gabriella through that program. So really excited about that work, and I'm excited about being here with you all today. Next slide. So the part that makes all of this work really complicated, and just by way of sort of getting a sense of the work that I do, yes, I work with superintendents, but I also train school boards in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Texas, Arizona, and I just spent a day and a half with Gallup McKinley yesterday and the day before. And so I always tell people the job of a person like me is to work with the board as not necessarily, I'm not on anyone's side. You guys are on the same team. But you do have to establish rules of the game. And so, when you play any sport, there's a referee who says, all right, here are the rules we are agreed to, and are we applying those rules? And then how do we keep score, et cetera? Just like the attorney earlier said, Tony said, you can't change the superintendent's evaluation midstream, right? You got to follow through with your obligation. And then if you want to make a change, you can make a change. But you all come to this work with very different directions and lived experiences. And then you show up here, and then we're asked to sort of have this messy debate and discussion about where we want to go. I think Courtney made a crystal point around this idea that if we ask people what is the primary focus of this district? It's pretty simple. We need to move kids along the path to reach their full potential, right? And those full potential are metrics that we take a look at. Are kids reading on level? Are they doing math? Are they being successful? Do they understand the system in which they work? Next slide. And so a lot of times I try to keep these things simple. I mean, the lawyer is way better at it than me, but there's nothing he said that I disagree with. All those policies and procedures are in place to make sure we're doing the public's work in public. And so we have to establish those things. In this case, the rules of the game are your policies. They're your laws that come from the state, that come from the federal group. How we keep score, those are the goals that you all have established. The superintendent is the individual, we evaluate her, and that evaluation should trickle down to all the cabinet members and then all of those. That cascading is very, very important. And then how much time is on the clock? That's the agreement that you have with the superintendent and her evaluation, right? Her contract. Next slide. You all are like amazing. You had asked me to come and talk with the people who were running for office, and then you put a lot of time into orientation. I cannot tell you how many people have called from around the country saying that's the best idea ever, that you all had candidates come in and had the people already begin thinking about, well, how do we do this job of governance? It's hard. And your orientation clearly, you put a lot of effort into that. Gallup McKinley was asking the same thing, saying, we just bring folks in and then we expect them to drink from the fire hose and start the work without really doing that. So I applaud your efforts in that as well. So this is exactly what the gentleman before me said. I just want to show it to you in a visual sense. It's like, what is the board's responsibility? And it's just as was mentioned, it's the what, it's the results. And then at what cost? That's the money, right? You approve the budget and the staff is to try to get that done, which is the how. And then, I often say that the theory of action, the storyline basically that connects the vision, mission, policies to the strategy that the superintendent employs, which is the how. Next slide. We just have to be careful about crossing through that, right? And Gabriella is the only one in this organization that can go back and forth there. She can come up above that and sit at this table, team of 8. In fact, Texas calls all of their training team of 8 training because their boards are all teams of 7. They don't have any 5s. So they have a team of 8 training. She's allowed to come up and say, board members, as you think about these policies, I've done some research. I went to Council Great City Schools, Anchorage, Charlotte Mecklenburg, X, Y, and Z are thinking about those policies. I'd love to be able to present you with an option to take a look at. And then she goes back down. She's just an advisor to you. She doesn't have a vote. And then she goes back down and works with the team on executing all of the policies that you put in place. Next slide. So what the research basically tells us is that if we can get the team of 8 to really narrow their focus, right, on the fact that we are united in service for all children, not some, but all, and that there are really no other agendas. We are going to focus on this. And, oftentimes when I ask board members, why did you run? Sometimes they're very global. Sometimes it's also could be very something that really hurt them. They had a child who was special education. They had a terrible experience. They feel like they have to advocate for that spot. That's fine. There's some people who do that. Others who say, I was a longtime teacher. I loved education. I feel like I want to give back. Wonderful. And then there's a variety of different reasons. We have to be careful about not having a single agenda because this is a very complex organization. You have a large system. And then meetings really that focus on what's best for students. In this case, you all have been focused through your goals and guardrails. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. And then some other things that have come that folks use in that space as well. Next slide. And the board and the superintendent have an interdependent relationship. What does that mean? Sometimes I tell boards, your superintendent can only be as successful as you allow her to be, but she also has a role in helping this team be successful, right? I often say it's a very difficult space that people need to dance there because as an individual, yes, you sit on the board, but it's the board's action that creates the supervision of the superintendent. But I do see sometimes where the superintendents are not following the rules of the game that they established, right? They're not communicating the way that they need to. Your governance manual, the approach you've taken, I think is excellent. In fact, I've shared yours with several districts across the country because I think when you put all those rules down and we know what we can and can't do, that helps. Now, you may periodically go back to those, kick the tire on them and say, are these exactly the way we want them to be, or do we need to adjust them? You have new board members, have new ideas. You guys got to get that figured out. It's squishy, nothing is easy, but you got to push through. Next slide. And so, they also have to have indicators of success. No matter what governance structure you choose, or if you morph and change a little bit, it always has to have indicators of success. So we know when we've arrived and made progress. Next slide. And part of that is relationships based on trust, loyalty, and respect. And it's not loyalty to an individual. It's loyalty to the organization that we're all here to represent and support. And so sometimes we do get into this space where trust can be challenged, and people may not be respectful. And so it's not what we say, it's how we say it. And I think, you having these kind of board workshops or retreats, however you call it, is the best way to keep that tension from growing, where we can have conversations and really rally around what we can agree on rather than just focus on things that we may disagree on. Next slide. And then part of this is that strong, durable link to community. Now, I've been watching and paying a lot of attention from far away. I live in South Florida, but I have Google alerts set on the school district and on the superintendent. And there's a very strong, durable link to the community, but there's also parts of the community that don't feel that way, right? And so it's important that we continue to work on that in the way that we know best. You live here, you've been here, some of you were born here, you went to school here. We all have very different perspectives, but we cannot forget that. And I think sometimes, folks who feel like they don't have a glimpse of what's happening, that's where the trust begins to break down. Exactly. Yep. Next slide. Oh, that's fancy. A good school board does not run the schools. It ensures that the schools are well run. Does that make sense? And so I think that's just an easy way. In Georgia, I like to use one that they think is funny. How many school board members does it take to install a light bulb? You know what the answer is? None, right? It's your job to say, we need light, or let there be light. Ooh, that's even better. Let there be light, right? And then you decide, is that the light you actually wanted, right? Does it meet your needs? Is it fluorescent? Is it bright enough? Is it warm enough, right? And so this is just an easy way. Again, as we've got some new board members yesterday, 3 of the 5 board members in Gallup McKinley are brand new to the board. And you can imagine how overwhelming it is to, having to learn all these things. And we've got 2 brand new board members, or 3? 3. Okay. And so, there's a lot going on here that we gotta work together as a team. Next slide. All right. So one of the things that I know sometimes can be frustrating is, we talk a lot about accountability, evaluations for the superintendent, because that's one of your primary roles. But there's also opportunities for us as board members to take a look at the work that we do. And I wanted to share a couple of samples for you all to look at. And I thought we can do a little elbow sort of discussion with one another about how an instrument like this that could be given, maybe twice a year for us just to have some discussions. There'll be 2 different ones that we use. And I'll walk you through both. And I know some of these self-evaluations you've seen in the past may be too long or too cumbersome. All right. As they go around, if you don't mind pulling the one that has the green header first. And I didn't give these to you earlier because I didn't want you to see them yet. It's like a test, right? All right, so if you pull the first one out, just take a few moments and just jot down. Do we need more? Two of this one? Copy.
Did you get one, Josh? The second one. Gold.
So I want you to take a look at the first one. And I know some of you have only been to a couple meetings, but it's about the we. The first one is about how we are doing. And again, for some of you, it is too early. It's to be determined, right? You're not sure yet. Yeah, you can. I do, just because I want to have a little bit of conversation. We don't need to share our individual thoughts. I just want to talk about the instrument a little bit. And don't go to the second page. Let's just stay on the first one. Right, and as you finish the first one, if you don't mind sort of putting your pens down, just so I get a signal of if I can start. We're gonna ask, if you don't mind saying like one that you think we're doing very well in, and then one that we still may need some improvement, and maybe not necessarily just because we're having a struggle with it, but we haven't been able to establish it, and it's something we need to work on. All right, what's something we're proud of? Something that we think we might be moving in the right direction? Okay. What else is a positive?
I would say we're improving on our governance team, just being here today.
Awesome, thank you.
I think we listen to and respect different perspectives.
Okay,
We all support the superintendent.
that's good to hear. As a former superintendent. Let's hear maybe, I'd like to hear one from each person on that one. So I've heard almost everybody. Who else hasn't shared? Something else positive that you think we're doing in the right direction?
Several of mine were already stated, so I'll say the board superintendent relationship is healthy.
Awesome.
I think we engage in honest, constructive dialogue.
Okay. Who hasn't gone?
I haven't. I think, I agree that we engage in honest, constructive dialogue and we handle disagreements productively.
Thank you. All right, what about some opportunities for improvement? What are some things we still have to work on? Maybe because we're new, we haven't had a chance to get after it yet.
Yeah, I would say something as about we trust each other. I think that that's still something we're working on.
Yep, takes time. What else? Okay,
I would say we need to work on spending time on strategic issues and not operational issues.
okay.
We're clear clear about governance versus management roles.
Okay, so we still got to work on that. Okay,
And I will say, we make high quality, well-informed decisions. I think we're on our way getting there, making sure we're prepared for every board meeting.
yeah, that's hard, especially when you're new, you're drinking from that fire hose. What else?
I agree that we need to keep working on governance versus management roles, and I'm not as completely on board with the above the line, below the line concept.
Well, that's a tough one because that's the rules of the game, right? It's not like something that individual boards can change. That those are I mean, Tony, I think, did a really nice job explaining from a legal standpoint the why behind that as well. But that takes time for clarity's purpose, but that's how governance works. All right, next, have we heard from you?
Yep, I'm gonna also share on, we're not clear about governance versus management rules, and I'm only stating that as coming in to this new role as president. And then being a previous board member too, it's been one of those clouded things until you get into trouble.
Yeah, yeah, and there's nothing easy. I'll tell you, all the easy decisions are made way before they get to this table, right? They get more and more complicated, for sure. All right, so let's pause there, turn the page, and this is now about you as an individual. Okay? Again, these are short, but just quick little ways for us to chit chat. And again, don't go to part 3, just do the second part.
I think question is tricky. I ask questions that help us make better decisions because I would hope my questions do, but maybe.
Well, there's someone in your constituency that probably would have a question, so. And then again, I think what I'd like for you to do is just say, here's one that I think I'm doing pretty well, and then here's one I just need to keep doing better. Anywhere in that part 2.
I feel like I do very well at listening actively to understand others' perspectives. I think that I can improve on coming to meetings prepared making sure all the materials are read in advance. I gave myself 4, but I'm probably more 3. Can definitely do better on that.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, most of you have full-time jobs, you've got kids, spouses, loved ones. It's not easy.
Um, I am growing in my governance knowledge and skills. As a new board member, I think, trying to do that, every day or every meeting, all the time. As far as, what I could do better, contribute, meaningful to discussions. I'm still, again, being a new board member, is still just kind of taking in a lot of the information and knowing, what I can give, or ask or whatever to help make, informed decisions or anything like that. So.
Absolutely. It's like any job. It's, you're going to be new and new people ask questions and that's okay. And then eventually you start contributing, you feel more and more success. And as long as the relationship here is strong, then that's good because you shouldn't be afraid to ask a question. That's awesome. Yep.
So I come to every meeting prepared. I gave myself a 5 on that. Because I do try to make sure that I have read absolutely everything before I get to the dais and that I've followed that.
Courtney, did you sit in the front row in class?
Yes. You know what? Somebody asked me that exact
No way.
years ago. Is it obvious? Sorry. Yeah, that's
It's a principle thing. That's what principles say, but keep going.
but and I think one thing is I support decisions once made, even if I disagreed. I'm not gonna go rushing to the media, but I mean, I honestly do sometimes have hard times.
Yeah.
If there's something I didn't agree with.
It's hard.
Sometimes hard to support it. But
Listen, we can't always all be on the same side of a vote, right? But as long as we're respectful, we try to compromise. How do we get to yes? I can live with that, right? Those are when I see healthy board meetings, that's what you see, right? I took a step a little closer to Rebecca, and Rebecca listened, and maybe next time she'll take a step towards me. How about you, Rebecca?
So I think I could come more prepared to board meetings, do more reading. And I think that I listen actively to understand other people's perspective.
I think for me, that I'm open to changing my mind based on new information. I think that's been really critical for me in this role, just because coming from an organizer perspective, there's a lot of things that my community wants me to change. And being in this role, I'm learning processes and what that looks like and how it takes a longer time. So being able to change my mind and say, well, I still agree with what this change looks like, but it's going to take a different avenue has been really something really critical that I've learned. So I gave me a good mark on that. Something that I can definitely change and do better on, where is it? Is the focusing on governance and not day-to-day operations. I still call Gabriella and I'm like, hey, this IC called me and they're doing this. And I'm, trying to kind of be a middleman when I need to just say, follow,
Yeah.
you go to your person, or like you told me, well, tell them to go to their superintendent. So still working on how to navigate that with community, but hopefully I'm doing better in your eyes.
It's a work in progress. One very experienced board member always carries 2 business cards. One of the business cards is like the way that they can lodge a concern or a complaint, i.e., what do you guys have? We talk or let's talk, right? So that's always ready. Say, okay, after like that 90-second piece, say, that makes a lot of sense, or I understand your frustration, et cetera. This is how we communicate that. And they sort of quickly are able to give that, because you don't want to just say, as you mentioned, that we don't care. Of course we care, but we can't make that kind of decision. It's just tough. Okay, let's keep going around the horn.
In terms of strengths, I think that I'm open to changing my mind based on new information. And in terms of areas of growth, I've only been here 2 months, so I think it's to be determined whether my service makes a positive difference for students. And I have some board outcome focused governance things I'd like to fulfill
Okay.
before I grade myself on that.
I think right now, I'm very strong in my service makes a positive difference for students. Being Native American and being the first Native American on the board. Sometimes I don't realize that until somebody comes to me and throws a big congratulation. Are you gonna have a party? And I'm like, no, I don't think so. I don't value it that way. I just know that I'm present.
Yeah.
I have to be present. The other thing I know that I'm really good at is I really strongly try to maintain confidentiality. That's one thing I just don't, that's key. It's
Yeah.
just key to me, especially when I've worked in special education.
Oh, yeah.
I've really learned that, and I've just really will not break that for any reason.
Well, the lawyer gave us good reason to make sure that's a primary rule for
Yeah.
sure.
But I know that's one strong suit, but I know the other piece that I could work more on is to listen more actively to understand other perspectives.
Yeah.
Because coming in as, being a president of the board also says that you got to hear from all different directions, just like your sign with all the directions, that there isn't one way, but it's also me just really letting go of my perspective, because I can have a tendency sometimes to lead in a certain way without recognizing that everybody here is also in the same journey that I am. But I am also just a really big sports person, and that's my other big plus. But I do love, I do love team effort. I do love the coaching mentality. Because that's what's created my leadership.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, the board that I was with yesterday also told me how proud they were of you and accolades of Kevin, the board chair. So, yep. Gabriella, how do you think, what's something that you're proud of? You're not off the hook. Even though you're not quote unquote, you didn't run to be on the board, but you're one of the team of 6.
That is a strength is, I guess overall between the two things, is the focus on our goals. Because from my vantage point, I just see how everything in the boardroom does trickle into the schools. And so I always feel like proud when you can see the connection of the boardroom to the classroom. Like that's always a really good feeling when you're in the schools and then you're in the boardroom and you see the connection. And I think an area to work on is really just like being new. I've only been in the position for 1.5 years, so I only knew, I know half the board.
Yeah.
So everything's new to me too.
Yeah.
So for new board members to come on, I'm relatively new too. So just getting to know everybody and how a shift works, because I hadn't experienced that before.
Yep. Every time a new board member is brought on board, the dynamics change. Been doing this for a long time. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's a little more complex, but if we do it right, it always works, because we make better decisions when we have debate. As long as it's respectful, we tend to make better decisions. And the team you lead, this, we talk about all the time. You added someone for the first time from out of New Mexico, the dynamics change, right? Someone gets promoted, the team dynamics change. So it's just every once in a while, it's good to just stop, take a look in the mirror and say, how am I doing? And then how are we doing? So that's just a simple way I wanted to just do that. The next thing I want to do, if you don't mind, on the second document I gave you, we're going to go to page 2 of the second document. We're not going to do number 3 on that one. Go to the all white one. Has no green line on it. And then go to the second page, board responsibilities. And let's just do a quick rating on that one.
Are we doing the communication part as well?
Yeah, sure. It's short. You might as well. Good point. We'll get both of them done. Right, this time, if you don't mind, Ronaldo, if we start here and we go around this way. So on the board responsibilities, which is one, again, just sort of like a glow and a grow. The glow would be one that, you feel like it's positive, and then a grow might be one that we need to, because remember, it's board responsibilities, not just individual. What's in?
If you don't mind, I think we have a 3 in establishing performance expectations for the superintendent and hold that person accountable.
Okay, and then what's something maybe as a group, as a board, we might want to continue to focus on?
We should definitely continue to focus on connecting with the community and promoting community understanding and partnerships.
Okay. Yep.
So something that I would love to work on and make progress on is establish and implement a plan for monitoring district success and compliance with its policies, ensure appropriate management oversight of the district. This is something that I've been asking for a while, is we have our district policies, but how is that trickling down and being implemented in the schools, like making sure that we're all aligned. So I would love to see us work on that. I also think that we're doing really well adopting the budget, aligning resources with district indicators of success.
Okay.
And I really want to applaud our finance team for making sure that our budget is connected directly to our goals, and it shows us all of that. So shout out to them.
So I think engaging in professional development individually and collectively to improve effective governance is, I mean, I saw several other board members at the New Mexico School Board Association. And I know.
Do you
a few
see
of
that as a
us-
glow?
Yeah, I see it
Okay.
as a glow. I think, actually, I've been to 2 different trainings and there's been several board members there. So I think that And we got an award, I believe, at the last one. Um, I think connecting with community, promote community understanding and partnership is something that we need to work on. And we are working on it.
Good, good, good.
So I'll go, because I think this is actually interesting. Janelle and I were the exact opposite, which I think is actually kind of fascinating because I think we actually read these questions differently. And so I put us as a 3 for establish and implement plan for monitoring district success and compliance, because my interpretation of this is we are doing this every time we evaluate the goals and the guardrails, that our plan for district success are the goals, and we're doing, like, we have a calendar that monitors this every single time. So I thought we were doing great on that. And then funny enough, I put it like a 1.5 for adopt budget and align resources with district indicators of success, because I think that we're moving our way towards being able to see the direct line to the goals. But I think that we're just not quite there yet. So I just put it as we're making progress, but I don't think that we're all the way there yet with not only our understanding of how they align to the goals, but the community's understanding of how they align to the goals.
Makes sense.
For me, I think establish the performance expectations for the superintendent and hold the superintendent accountable is something to glow about. As far as grow, I think also connecting with the community and promoting community understanding and partnerships. I think there is a certain group of the community who is actively engaged, but I think there's a much larger group who is not yet. And so.
You know, this this notion of communication is complicated. Yesterday, we were talking a lot about layered communication because, you know, superintendent can't send out a memo and tell everybody to be nice and get along and expect that that's going to happen, right? And that's, you guys were supposed to laugh at that. Sorry. Terrible joke. But my point is, sending a memo out doesn't change behavior, right? And getting parents to understand what we're doing and the opportunities we have, we might need to layer that communication. It could be something in writing. It could be on the radio. It needs to be all of those things because it's not one and done ever. So thanks for sharing that. Who else would like to share?
I can share. I think right now what we're starting to do and getting better at is engage in professional development individually and collectively to improve effective governance. I think oftentimes we forget that our collaborative agreement as a whole is very powerful, but we all have to come to that knowledge of what creates the whole. And so that physical, you know, the professional development as an individual, what do you need? How can we help you? And us who are the listeners to make that happen should really take that to really as a critical need for our board to really improve effective governance. I think so many times we don't see how all of those are connected. But I also know what we do on the board directly affects the teachers, the students, and that we are that primary force of energy that can really shift things within our district. The one I know that we needed help on was that connect with community, promote community understanding and partnerships. And this year, which was really great, is we created our community engagement as a standing committee. And we realized the need for that. And so we decided to go ahead and push in that direction versus But then we're also doing our policy committee, but as a whole, more so. So we saw the need for the community engagement piece, so we decided, let's do something about it. So that was good.
All right, have we heard from everyone?
So I guess if you read this as board responsibilities versus APS, you can get slightly different answers. I thought APS was doing a great job with promoting community understanding and partnerships. Obviously, all of us as individual board members could do more, and it's a heavy lift because we all have a lot of schools in our district. So it's a making progress, but I also think it's a super heavy lift. In terms of things that, okay. I think a strength is that I do think we, in general, like to engage in professional development individually and collectively. I'm with Janelle on I don't like that question because it's a double-barreled question. And I'm going to drive everybody crazy with my survey critiques, but I think it's really important to break out questions like you've got 2 questions here. So I think we're still working on ensuring appropriate management oversight of the district, which is the second part of that question.
Fair enough. All right, let's pause there for just a second. This is really helpful, and I think it's helpful for the superintendent. And it should be helpful for you periodically to stop, take a look at how we're doing as individuals. Am I contributing? Am I growing? I often, when I coach boards and work with them, I say, look, we should be doing this a couple of times a year, right? Just like I recommend superintendent in closed session where appropriate. Some states let you do it, some don't. Get some feedback on how things are going officially, not necessarily just, not that it's bad, but she's getting feedback on the progress towards those goals. Those goals are met, however, through the atmosphere and culture in which exists. And so sometimes just having that conversation and sharing how things are going is fair to the superintendent so she knows to make adjustments. What's not fair is to go the whole year and then slam somebody by saying your communication has been not that good. Right? So we want to be able to provide feedback. Any other reflections on this before I go forward?
I just wanted to make a connection because as the board, we do our self-evaluation throughout the year. And I know there was some critiques around language in the evaluation that we do use.
Yeah.
So maybe using this as a reference to some language that we might want to change out. It seems like everybody was really excited in doing this one. So maybe we can.
Well, I just say, I try to bring a couple of different evaluation tools. If you want more, I have my computer's filled with them, right?
Yes.
But my point is just having some conversations like this periodically is helpful. Also, look, the attorney made a good point. You guys have to self-police. So I used to tell my cabinet members all the time, David, one of the guys on my cabinet came in late all the time. And I told the team in the beginning, you guys need to police yourselves. And what was wonderful? One of the members said, it's really frustrating when you come in late because you're the deputy superintendent and we've already talked about 2 or 3 things. And then, we have to go back and do it again because you weren't here. Coming from a colleague, that's pretty meaningful, right? If I said it, it automatically hurts as opposed to someone, you know what, you need to get better, you need to get here on time. And that's what I expect my team, right, when I was a superintendent to do. But this governance team also has to do that. It's very awkward for the superintendent to say, hey, I need you to do this, right? It's just hard. Now, I think Tony did a nice job. He said the superintendent should provide feedback, but she's also new. She's got 18 months under her belt. And as she is in the pressure cooker longer, she'll realize that she's got her own footing. If that makes sense. So, all right. We good? Move on. I'm almost finished here. Let's go to the next slide. I wanted to, Sal, you there? That's okay. So we took a look at those standards, had a little bit of discussion about that. These are things that are important. There's a lot of things that are important, but I think periodically taking a look at these things are good. Next slide. So we, not too long ago when the superintendent was hired, that board at the time sat down, actually was fortunate enough to be part of that discussion and talked about communication and the importance of communication that's coming this way, meaning from the staff superintendent to you, and then the communication that comes from here to the superintendent. So I wanted to just get a sense of how's that going? I know a little bit about how, information gets from Gabriella to you. You do a weekly news and notes, or do you? Yep. So how's that going? Do people like that? Is it too big, too much? Is it just right? How's it going? How's that going?
Like it. It's very helpful.
Talking.
Oh, I like it. It's very helpful. Good job.
Great. Okay. I like to ask that because sometimes folks will say that's too long, too short. What we're trying to do is get to just right, not too much, but someone stops you in the grocery store and they're complaining about something and you're able to say, wait, now hold on. We are working on that multilingual problem. I just read about it and this is what the teacher's training is going. Okay.
Kudos to the communications team for the talking points.
Great. Okay. Well, this is the time for us to also applaud. So I appreciate that. Sometimes we get in the habit of only showing, what we need to get better at.
And that's been very great, helpful, even when we're talking in our meetings weekly that, with Daniel especially, is when we bring up a point, my thing has always been, let's give a visual. Let's make sure that the community's aware that this is the process instead of just saying it's the process, that we present it in a way that's just not from our view, but that we're really sort of putting it out there with the community too. Meetings and making sure that our new board members really understand process versus just giving them the information.
Very powerful. Great. Next slide, please. So for the board to the superintendent, is there anything that needs more attention, i.e., do you feel like you are able to, text, email, connect with the superintendent? Are there things that, or avenues that need to improve? Is she responsive?
Mhm.
I can't speak for all board members, but I think she's very responsive.
Yeah.
I think that sometimes I'll have to remind myself, and I don't think I reach out to you too often, but I'll have to stop and say, wait, it's 8 o'clock at night. Do I really
Yeah.
need to talk to her about this right now?
Yeah. So thank you for sharing that. So one of the things I talk a lot about is, Saturdays are special. Sunday should be sacred, whether you're religious or not. Don't take it that way. It's just staff needs time to also catch their breath and remember that, their aunts and moms and uncles and, people have a life to live. And if we have out of balance life, then we're not good at the job. So I appreciate that. It's a good reminder. I teach, when I talk with board members, I tell them, you can time your email. If you like doing email on Sunday, have them all go out Monday morning. Because if she gets them Sunday, she's going to want to do what? Respond, right? Because you're the boss. So, all right, let's go to the next slide. I want to sort of wrap up here. So you have an opportunity to possibly think about sort of this agreement that I often like people to have, which is the superintendent says, look, this is my commitment to you to communicate and formalize it a little bit. But then the part that often is missed is the board's commitment to the work, i.e. if she's making a commitment to do all of these things to communicate with you and to prepare for a school board meeting, then the board needs to make a commitment to do the same, which is I commit to, reading all the materials. I commit to following up with these things. And the reason that's important is that if both sides aren't making that commitment, and then it becomes hard for the group. Does that make sense? Now, I know it's overwhelming. Rebecca, I'm going to pick on you. You said, I got to get better about reading all of my stuff. There's a lot. And a lot of times it's hard for us to see how all these things get connected. but I promise you, be patient. It'll get easier over time because depending on the view that you have, right? So it could be a businessman or woman who joins the board, but they have very little experience with education and they have a lot to do. Some of us may have a retired principal or teacher. They know schools, but they may not understand governance and like all the complexities of HR and student information systems. So, this is something I would recommend you all consider doing, particularly in like a summertime annual workshop or retreat where we have enough time to say, here's the commitments I make as superintendent. And then as a board, here are the commitments we make. And I can give you some samples of what some of those look like. I'm happy to do that. Okay. And then part of that, of course, is self-monitoring because we gotta periodically look in the mirror. All right, next slide. And so what I wanted to talk about next, keep going. Sorry, Sal, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. You guys are doing a great job with constituent services. I love that. Let's talk. I want to learn more about it because I think some other districts could use it. Keep going. Keep going. I want to go to the slide where I have keep going. Keep going. Sorry, keep going. Keep going. All right, let's stop there just because I want to do a refresher and then I'm going to move into board management oversight as an example of how some systems tack on bits of new governance structures that might make sense. It might not make sense. But again, just to go back to what Tony mentioned and what I'm going to reiterate, I agree 100% with him. The board are the ends, the results, the why, the what, the how much, and then the vision, mission, goals, policies, budgets, and then they monitor and then they vote. Okay. And that's why periodically I also would say, go back to your vision and mission, should not be going back to strategic planning until the initiatives that have been selected are done. This is too big of a system, too much money's at stake. Big bets have been made on how we're going to do reading, how we're going to do math. Those things are in place. But on the superintendents, it's the means. It's the how, when, where, who, objectives, etc. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Keep going. Yeah, welcome to reality. People want you to fix all kinds of things. Tony covered a lot of this, so I'm going to keep going. Keep going, Sal. All right, let's stop there. I mentioned this earlier. I want to say it again. Superintendents are sometimes only as effective as we let them be, boards. And boards are sometimes only as effective as their superintendent will allow them. Okay. And I see this. I see sometimes superintendents not following along. I am not one to say, oh, you're always right. I often say that you need to get better. I push Gabriella, I push other superintendents I work with to be more transparent, to be more responsive, to provide information that people need to make decisions. You guys have a good system set up in terms of the cadence of how information gets to you. You have a really good system. Yesterday, I spent some time with folks who want a new system because they get stuff too late, which is not good. Next slide. I want to keep going, Sal. Keep going. Keep going. Okay. Now, earlier, I'm not sure who mentioned it. Someone said, I'm not so sure I agree with the above and below. What I want to say is, what's that?
That was me.
Okay.
Elucidate if you'd like me to.
Yep. No need to. I was just going to say that this model that Tony talked very similarly about this model has nothing to do with student outcomes focus. Yeah. I always get those letters confused, but it has nothing to do with that. I don't care if I had 60 different governance models, this is the appropriate foundation. Nothing to do with SO, GF, I'm sorry, I'm dyslexic, but so it doesn't matter. This is the foundation of any board governance structure across this country. It has this line. And if you go into the business world, I didn't know this until I was on a board with a group. They have the exact same thing. And so this is what governance looks like. What I'd like to do next slide. Is I just want to show you a sample. If you would just take one of these and pass it along. Actually, Ronaldo, hand that one to them. I think I didn't put enough in that packet. And actually, Daniel, can you put those over there? Because I didn't count them. All right, so some school systems tack onto what you're doing now and periodically provide the board this oversight process, okay? And I've heard you all talk about this, so I thought it would be beneficial to at least show you how some districts might do this. This is a small district that I work with in Atlanta, small compared to you, not small compared to the country, because the average district in this country is 3,500 kids. Most people don't know that. It's one high school, one middle, and 3 or 4 elementary. That's it. That's the average. You guys are like literally in the top 2% in terms of size. But Decatur's got about 15,000 students. And what they do is they've decided to create a year-long BMOP process, which is at the beginning of the school year, folks come in, they spend 15 to 20 minutes talking about all the hard work that people did for opening of schools. During that month, they get a quick update on the state of HR. The board, if you look at the board retreat, that in August, they're going to do an annual offsite. Once school year starts and things are moving, they're going to do ethics training, charter system. And then what's happening on the policy side, you see it, what's happening with the budget. Go to September, there's a board meeting, there's a community meeting in Green. Again, their commitment to trying to have engagement. Board members go out with the superintendent periodically and listen. Just listen. How are things going? What's working? During that month, 3 teams come in, each have a 15-minute presentation about capital plan. And this is not the board debating whether the capital plan is good or not good. This is the board doing their job. And I'm going to stand up. So I pretend I'm a mechanic, okay? You are the owner of a car. You bring the car in and you say, there's noise in my tire. When I drive 55 miles an hour, the tire wobbles. The mechanic says, great, go wait in the waiting room. I'll be back. The mechanic then brings you in and says, all right, actually, it's not your tire. He opens the hood and he shows you what's wrong with your engine. And he says, do you want to fix it or not? And then the person says yes. So what board governance oversight is you're not allowed to poke your hand in there and remove this part or that part, but you should be able to see what it is that's happening. And that's what BMOP is. It's just a quick analysis. It's not for you to say that I don't like the capital program. It's for you to see what the capital program actually is doing and to see quickly, what is it that HR is working on? Because we keep hearing that teachers aren't happy, but our retention rates, in fact, are going up. I'm seeing a different signal, right? And so what this process does not invite you into the weeds because you're not allowed to change any of those things, but it should be a way to provide you, because you're in charge of oversight, a chance to look under the hood. But even more importantly, it allows the public because I think what I was sensing that there were people who felt like there was some level of secrecy or something that wasn't happening in the sunshine. And so again, I just offer this as something for you all to think about and how other districts across the country go take a look at how this works. Now, I will tell you, your focus on outcomes is music to my ears. I don't think any of that should be something that you don't focus on. I don't. I think that a district of this size should. And in fact, both districts I ran, I had everywhere the 3 or 4 board goals, and we were getting after it. But there are conditions that allow you to get there faster. And I think this is just one way that people tack onto the work. But again, I have to say this, it is not for the board to go in and say, I don't agree with this part of HR or this part. It's for you to look at it, ask questions or clarification. Okay. All right. I think that's my last slide, Sal. Yes, it is. Turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to be at this. Okay. Okay. Have a good afternoon. Thank you for being here and your input. Appreciate it. You're welcome.
Thank you. Enjoy your Saturday.
Thank you. You made it a little more easier. All right, now, are we just taking our breaks as we go along? Because we're almost near just keep going. All right. I know, has everybody got to stand up for a little bit and get the stretch just to get the butt off the chair? So you don't start feeling the, any kind of soreness. So, yeah, let it circulate for a moment and, we're gonna go ahead and move on to our 3.6 item. And it's gonna be the overview of board services, procedurals and protocols. And our great presenter for this will be Daniel Manzano, our Executive Director, Government Affairs and Board Services. You got the floor, Daniel.
All right, for my part, just for the sake of time, what I've given you is I passed out this slideshow presentation on the nuts and bolts on all the logistics around board services. And this is around the communication, the agenda timelines, from parking to Centegix to Diligent. If you have any questions, please reach out to us around any of those pieces. But for the sake of time, so we can have our presenter, Dr. Everett Hill, give, I'm going to kind of pass on our section and we'll take individual questions as board services. That way we have time for Dr. Hill. That's okay, President. We already did.
Test 1, 2.
Help you with anything? No, I'm just going to show them what we walk through.
Amy announced.
Have a bag.
Have your little name.
Oh, yeah.
Just.
Oh,
thank you.
Who's hanging out with me?
My little bag. There's a black one over there too. Okay, I just want to note this for the public. We have now moved on. That was speedy and fast. We just now moved on to our next topic of discussion. That's 3.7. And it's on team building activities to help build a culture of unity and positivity. And our presenter is Dr. Everett W. Hill, Principal and Managing Director at Social Innovation Strategies Group. Thank you for being here. You got the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and welcome everybody. I know I'm the only thing between you and like the weekend, right? So, and I know President Juarito, you have some remarks you want to make on the backside of me presenting. I want to make sure I save time for you to be able to do that as well. So
It doesn't require that much time.
Okay, I want to save you at least 5 or 10 minutes
Yeah.
and still hopefully get you all out on time. So what I'm gonna propose to do is I'm gonna kind of walk through the framework that I wanted to share with you all. And I'll show you what we would have done, right, in terms of some of the activities. And then maybe at a later time or different retreat, we can kind of do some of those. But part of this is really about how do we show up as people before we inhabit the roles that you all live in, right? So, and I'll try to give you a good example of how I think about this. You all spent a lot of time. So I've been here since like 11:30, I think. Listen, I got to hear the lawyer right on. Dr. Yeah, right on. Everybody's on. You all, because you have to, spend a lot of time thinking about vertical integrative strategies, right? And the operative norms that come with that verticality. So what I mean by that, perfect example is Superintendent Blakey can join your team as part of your team, but you can't join hers, right? That is a dynamic around verticality and operations. You are to stay out of operations, but you're not to stay out of the operations of yourself as a good board. Does that make sense? Right? Not her operations, but when she joins you, your operations as a board, right? These are not vertical dynamics, these are lateral dynamics. And I know you have to spend a lot of time thinking about vertical dynamics. And I'm the dude standing here saying, I'm gonna try to shift your consciousness and get you to think about lateral dynamics. How do you work with each other as a team, right? And part of how I like to think about that is using this little 3P framework that is, like, for me, crazy utilitarian, right? I use it to write papers. I use it to structure talks like this one. I use it to put together 2-day workshops or a 20-minute workshop. And it hinges on this sense of, if I can get to the page, this one. These are the 3 Ps: people, process, then products, right? So this little framework is part of what we talk about in terms of scaffolding to production, right? We start with people. We have people then engage in good process, and that will change depending on what it is you're trying to accomplish. And then we begin to get about the business of developing the product we need to develop with the quality that it needs to, and the engagement from all team members that is necessary, right? Okay, so we go back to the beginning. Each of the 2 presenters I listened to, and you all have even talked about in that quick self-assessment of yourselves, which is actually an example of kind of lateral work, right? So you mentioned trust building, right? Relationship building. Yes. The people part is all about that. The people part is about who are the human beings who've made commitments to be in this space, right? And I did not say who's the president of the board who's committed to be in the space. I know that's important, right? But that's part of our process. That's part of the process we have to kind of live in and stay adhered to, obviously, right? We can't not manage ourselves that way. But it becomes important to understand, and you don't have to agree with people's why. You don't have to agree with people's motivation. But we do better as a team when we have a sense of why people are committed to what they're committed to, right? We can do a better job of actually hearing people's point of view when we know a little bit about them that we didn't know before we got into whatever debate we were going to be in, right? So I'm going to do one of the exercises we're going to do very quickly. I think we can do it quickly. So I'm going to ask you, and I'll ask you each, maybe in like just a minute, if you're willing to respond to this prompt. I'll put the prompt and we'll just go here and go around. I usually I'm looking at President Juanito, so I'm going to start with Gabrielle. But, we'll go around with that prompt and just like in a minute or so. So the prompt is this. Over your lifetime thus far, what is the best piece of advice you've ever gotten? How did it impact you and who did it come from? Right? And I'm not asking you as Superintendent Blakey, what's the best advice you ever got? I'm asking you as Gabrielle, best piece of advice you've ever gotten. How did it impact you and who did it come from? All right, so this is usually when I look this way and then fake out. So Dr. Blake.
Okay, so a piece of advice that I got was that nobody ever said that life was fair. And I think that it means a lot to me because one is how do we create systems that allow for maybe not fairness, but equitable outcomes for particularly our students. And personally, when nobody tells you life is fair, it got me out of being like in a victim role, that if something doesn't go my way or you think something or someone's out to get you, that it's not about you. And so I think that helped me develop like thicker skin and know that I'm not a victim.
Thank you.
Oh,
Oh, right.
My dad told me that every day I got in trouble.
I think, right.
And I would try to blame other people
I think
for why I was in trouble.
I think your dad told me that when he was Superintendent Berlin. Right. Benavides.
So the three questions are a piece of advice, the best piece of
Best piece,
received,
its impact,
impact,
and who
where
gave it
came
to you.
from. That's really hard because I've been given a lot of advice over my lifetime. But the one that stands out that I remember to this day, and it was just like a light bulb went on, which is crazy to me in retrospect, but it was years ago and it was a coworker and we were taking some time away from work and we were kind of looking at the internet and there was a picture of a child on the internet. And I said, oh, their hair is kind of funny or something. And she said, you shouldn't say that. And I said, okay. And she goes, all children are innocent. And it was something that I think I knew, but I wasn't raised in that type of environment. And it just hit me like a ton of bricks. And I realized in that moment, like, kids do not ask to be brought into this world. It is up to us to care for them in every way that we can.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to go to Ms. Jackson here and then we'll come back.
Frantically right. I did not have time to prepare.
And I wanted to make sure you couldn't prepare.
So I think that there's two that popped into my head, but if you're wanting us to be more personal instead of board centered, I'll go with the more personal one. I remember my husband telling me one time, a long time ago, I was upset about something. And he said, what you need to focus on is that there isn't anything you can't accomplish if you're unconcerned about who gets the credit. And the impact at the time was that it really reminded me that the focus isn't on me, that the focus is on the accomplishment.
Thank you. Betsy.
So I was lucky enough to have parents as teachers. Our parents, yeah, my parents were teachers. And so I got lots of advice over the years. But so it's hard for me to say which one is the best advice I've ever gotten, but I'm going to say that when I was first teaching as a student teacher, my cooperating teacher said to the kids one day, no one can take away your knowledge. Like that's something that nobody can ever take away. They could take away your house, they could take your car, all of these things, but they can't take away your knowledge. And that has always stuck with me as, and guided, not me only, but also, I went on to tell my own students the same thing. And so, yeah.
Thank you. And Ms. Bowman? Oh, yeah, I'll loop around and come back.
Dr. Hill, so I'm gonna give you guys one piece from my father and one from my mother, both of whom have passed away. And one is more worky and one is more personal.
But we just want personal now. Worky lives down here. Worky don't live up here right now.
Well, okay. Well, personal was, so you said, best piece of advice, how did it affect you?
It impact you. Yeah.
And what was the third one?
And who did it come from? So you've already told us it was from your parents, yes?
Okay, well then I'll just stick to the one of them. All right, so this has literally nothing to do with work.
Great, because that's what
Okay.
we're talking about. Literally
So-
nothing to do with work.
So the best piece of advice I got was from my mother, and she said, don't ever rely on a man for money. Make your own money. Well, that has had some good impacts and some bad impacts. The good impacts is I'm very self-reliant. I make good money, whatever. I'm organized. I'm focused on my money. I'm blah, 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 great budgeter. Bad side, men don't like that. And I am heterosexual. So it has been a terrible problem in my romantic life to manage the fact that I'm this independent money-making machine who's good at her budget and having a boyfriend. So I finally, well, I've lost a husband along the way, but I do have a nice boyfriend who likes it, but it has not been without negative consequences. It's had positive and negative, just to be like, advice isn't always awesome.
Yes. Well, thank you for sharing. And most things do have impacts both ways. We kind of live more in a both and than either or space, right? If we're honest about the things that impact us. I'll go here and then we'll.
Mine comes from never accept no as an answer, and it comes from my mother. And it all started when I was a senior in high school, and I went to school on the reservation in Gallup, Crown Point, New Mexico. And we were, I was school president, probably a lot like Courtney, but I was student council president, and the student body senior president got called into the principal's office. And he told us that this coming year, we were not going to have prom. And we were like, what? We've raised all this money. And he said the teachers don't want to be chaperones because too many kids are coming drunk. They don't want to get hurt. They don't want, he was listing everything based on the chaperones. So we were surprised when we left the office. But then I recall going to my mother. My mother was continually busy working all the time because she was a single mother. And I told her what was going on. Didn't think she could help me in any way, but she went to her little, my mom was a dorm manager at one of the boarding schools there in Crown Point. And she went to all of her little friends in the cafeteria, the students who were working, other parents that were in the community. And she told me, she said, Ron, I want you to tell the principal, the parents will be the chaperone. We're going to do that. He was upset and mad. And never called a meeting with the parents, but came after us as students who were protesting against that. And so as somebody who was the goody two shoes in the school and doing all these things, I got called in and almost got suspended because I was out in the community launching that we needed these chaperones for our prom. Well, we won. All the parents came and we had our prom. But the principal still got back at us, and he took away our yearbook. So we are the only class in our school that did have a yearbook. And we were like surprised he did that, but he didn't tell us till after the fact. So then that's why mom said, never accept no as an answer. You always go, if somebody tells you that, there's always another way. And another thing she told me is you can never get to the students or to the children until you get to the parents first.
Mhm.
So those have been my two beliefs.
Thank you. And
Yeah, thank you.
Martinez.
From a young age, my father would always tell me to work hard at everything that we did, professionally, non-professionally, everything that we do, work hard, do your best. I grew up in northern New Mexico, and we have a fruit orchard And so we work the land and do all this stuff. So that was a lot of life lessons there of working hard and putting that to, everything else that we did. So my dad working hard.
And what was there something he said about it? Or was really literally work hard?
Yeah, work hard and we work hard, but yeah.
I don't have
physically,
time
yeah.
for more words. Like I'm working. So hopefully, did anybody hear anything from one of your colleagues that you had never heard before in that little exchange right there? Nobody heard anything new? Right? New. Did anybody share anything new that you haven't shared with these folks before? Yes. Yeah, from each other. Yeah, we're talking lateral team dynamics. I don't care about anybody else right now. I only care about you all.
Life's not fair and I've heard work hard.
Right, but did you hear that? So I'll ask the question again, just 'cause I want to take a straw poll. Did you hear anything from one of your colleagues in the last 12 minutes that you had never heard before from them? Yes. Excellent. This is why we try to build into our team dynamic process. Now I'm moving to process, right? Second P, we try to build in space to work on our work. All of that conversation that you all were talking about, the vertical integrated operational norms, that's working in your work. That's really important. It's super important. We rarely create our own operational systems to have time to work on our work. What you're doing in this moment is working on your team dynamics, right? So, and I know I'm forcing it, right? I'm like kicking you to, I don't want to hear about work. I don't want you to talk about work, right? I don't want to hear about that. I want to understand the human being that is in this collective group, because I know your roles and I have a sense of the responsibilities, and you already do too of each other, right? It's part of how you have to operate. This idea of being able to create space to work on your work is supported by having a framework like this. You literally can start every meeting. You can run every meeting in this process. We're going to start by doing something to connect as people, because what does that do? It helps us to build trust in each other. It gives us the ability, when somebody says something, you go, like that's. If I know some sense of how you grew up, if I know that Orchard was difficult, I might go, you know what? Let me just ask, can you tell me a little bit more? So I understand kind of what your perspective. If we haven't built any trust and we're like combatants, right? I'm going to hold on to, I think Dr. Vosa, I'm going to hold on to my one agenda and it's not the agenda of this group, right? There's going to be some difficult lateral communication dynamic, right? So when we start to think and process, working on the work is just as important as working in the work. And we often don't do it. We will often set some time aside in a retreat to do a little team building or, to do a little something. But we don't make it a regular part of our systemic process. So our own operations allows for that ongoing trust building. We've been talking about the vertical and the lateral. The other one I want that encompasses these two is this idea, and I think it was touched on before, but just the concept of governance as leadership, right? Governance as leadership, because governance is leadership. But you're not leading the kids, and you're not leading the teachers, and you're leading each other. There's shared accountability in the leadership, and I get it. There's positional authority in the person elected as the board chair or president. Is it chair or president? President. But there's also the accountability that comes with being a board member. There's a shared accountability around things like, are we going to be committed to creating space to work on our work so that we as human beings know why we're committed to what we're doing? This leads us then to, and really I always do this, and really it should be written like this: people, process, products. Because this is if you're familiar, well, you're all in the educational world. Paulo Freire, he talks about concientización.
Understand him, but
Well, none of us do, because the dude's brilliant, right? But one of the concepts is one that he talks about scaffolding consciousness to the point where we are always aware of the dynamics that are at play before we start to make decisions. Concientización, right? And this, people, process, products, gives us the ability to be conscious of who's bringing information, because I've gotten to know the people a little better. What process are we working in? Because we've literally named the ones we think work well for us as a group. And it is absolutely true. Gabrielle, she heard me say this a million times. Last time was probably about 12 years ago. But when you have a new team member, you have a new team. It's that simple, right? And whatever things you had before, you can try to force people into them and they might use them for a while. But there should be some adaptability too for people to bring their experience and their knowledge to your group dynamic, right? A little bit of adaptability. The more we know about folks and the more we understand about their experience, the better chance we have of getting to a place that meets the needs of the folks we're making the product for, and we all feel good about owning, supporting it, right? That's when we start to invest in and trust our own processes. If we have enough trust in each other and we can start to trust our process, we will get to outcomes and products that actually have impact and are aligned with what we're doing, right? With the agenda we have. We are literally always trying to align human, organizational, and institutional values, right? That is literally what we're always trying to do. We're trying to find more alignment in organizational and institutional systems and values, because the less aligned they are, the more chaotic things. The more aligned they are, we get to scaffold to good product, good outcomes. So what we were going to do, I want to leave 5 minutes. What I was going to do is actually have you live this little process. So I threw you the first question. That was the impact question from a quote. The second part would have been, we were going to do something called sense making through constructivist listening. Anybody done that before? So it's literally, I would have asked you the question like, who are you? What makes you tick? And usually when you ask somebody, who are you? The first thing they tell you is, well, I'm Dr. Everett Hill and I'm the principal manager direction. They tell you what they do. They don't tell you who they are. And that's okay, because that's why we do this exercise. The second question is kind of, well, who are you really? Like, when are you at your best? And then people usually go, well, who am I really? And when I answered, I'm like, well, who I am really is, you know, at this point now, well, I'm more than probably middle-aged, but middle-aged African-American man trying to make my way kind of through a world that spends a lot of time defining me. So I have to kind of spend a lot of time redefining me. Right? And then, and usually we do this where you'll be in small groups. One person will have a minute just to make sense of the question and a minute to respond to it. So you're kind of sitting there talking and making sense of, he just asked me this question. I'm trying to make sense of it because I need to answer it. I have a minute. And a minute is much longer than you sometimes think it is, right? 3 minutes is almost torture. But then we get to the third one. Well, who are you really, really? Like when you even get under that, who you really, well, yeah. I'm a kid who grew up in pretty extreme poverty in the South. And I literally still battle with a poverty mindset. And even though I don't live that way anymore, I still behave in that way in a lot of instances, right? Because that's who I really, really, really still am. That shadow of extreme poverty hasn't left me, right? As much as I've worked on that. When we get to do that as a group of people, the next time something difficult comes up and we remember somebody told you that aspect of who they are, what makes them them, we're very less quick to jump to, I'm just gonna fight with you. Like, and I don't care what you said. I didn't even hear what you said. I was preparing my response. I don't even know what you said. It's more like, oh yeah, I get that in the context of the thing you shared with us last time. And we connect at a different level to do our work in a better way, right? So I was gonna have y'all do a little bit of that. And then, anybody familiar with the Marshmallow Challenge? Yeah, no, yeah. Well, this one is called the Paper Tower Le Peep Challenge. So essentially, after you all had a chance to answer that first question and spend some time in a group of 3 going deeper, understanding each other, then we split you up in 3 groups of 3 and ask you in 15 minutes, build the tallest tower out of paper clips. You got some scissors here, some markers, whatever. Those are the tools you have. Build the tallest tower that you can build in 15 minutes. It has to be at a stand for at least 10 seconds before it falls. And you get bonus points if it is strong enough to hold a little lapid on top, right? And part of why we do that is to then see what are the dynamics of this group now? Is it different than when we walked in the room? Should be a little different, right? It may not be completely different the first time you go through it, but the more we exercise those muscles, the more open we become to, because if I literally answer the question, you know what, when I'm at my best, I have shared conversation, people want to work with me and da-da-da-da. And the first thing that my group did was, you figure it out. What's going to be our strategy? Like I literally told you that's not when I'm at my best, but you literally just put me in that space. Like how much sense does that make? But if I've never told you, you might have just assumed, the dude wants to be a leader. No, I want to do some, how did Obama say, leadership from behind, followership, right? I want to see what other people want to do. I want it to be a collaborative effort. I don't want to be the one just doing it. So maybe next time we'll get into actually having you do it and then watching your team dynamics and trying to get a sense of like, how did you start? Sometimes groups will start by, let's do a plan. Other groups will start just by jumping in. Let's just start trying things, right? Let's start building things. And if you're familiar with the Marshmallow Challenge, the more educated that folks are, the more who know about things like this, the worse they do on those challenges. Kids always do better because they just start doing things, putting it together. And people who have engineering degrees always turn up with something just a crumpled mess, right? Because they didn't have enough time to apply their craft the way you're supposed to. They didn't have enough time to go through all the templates and all the steps and all the rules. And the kids just like, and they end up building something, right? So I wanted to introduce you to this framework and these sub-frameworks within this larger framework, hopefully just to give you an idea of how this conceptually, being efficient and doing good quality work is not at odds with people actually knowing each other in a real way. Those things are not, right, in competition with each other. They don't have to be. I know we inherited a lot of systems that do make them competitive. I don't care about you. I don't care about not. I just care about what you produce. Like, yep, well, that's a way, right? But this is a way too. And it can be learned and it can be taught and it can be scaffolded into orientation. It can be scaffolded into how you onboard members. Like if that's a desire, it literally can be systematized at that level. Right? Okay, I already went too long. So I apologize.
It's okay. Did you want to go on anymore?
No, I'm done.
Good.
So unless there's any quick questions, I wanted to leave you time.
Questions? Did anybody have any questions?
Don't have a question, but I am very disappointed that we're not going to be able to continue with your exercises because I have found this to be incredibly valuable. Thank you.
Ashe, thank you very much. Well, maybe I'll come back one day and I'll have you build the Marshmallow Tower.
Is that what you guys? Because I know everybody probably has to go somewhere because we've already been an hour.
Yeah,
We'll
we're
have events, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank you for having me.
we will have you back again. So we're not gonna close that off or close that door. So last thing, 3.8, I just want to have any closing discussions and comments. What you got out of this? Was it beneficial? I just want to make sure that in next time, what were we missing that we need to probably pull out there? But just a discussion, real brief, on how you thought everything went. Yes, go.
Thank you, President Tomarito. I think next time, making sure we have enough time for all presenters to
Yes.
give us their information. And then also just staying on schedule as much as we can. And I know that's hard to do. And especially when we're engaged with it. So, but overall, I think it was fantastic.
And I think that's very I think we could do that, especially with time. Just making sure that this is how much time you have and get that done. And if we need an official clock timer, we could do that too. But yes, you're correct. Anything else?
I would like to add comments, President
Sure.
Tomarito. I just think this was really helpful. I do think that it's really important, especially with the trust building, that we spend time doing this type of thing. It is hard to give up a Saturday or half a Saturday because I know we all have lives and, people work during the week. But yeah, I thought it was very valuable. So thank you.
Welcome. Anybody else? Any other? You look like you want to say something, Board Member Martinez.
Thank you, Madam President. I did think it was good. I do think it was repetitive from some of the things that we've heard. I know, Dr. Avosa's presentation, I think it was for the candidate orientation.
Onboarding?
No, the candidate orientation. So it was, while we were still in the campaign, if you were interested in being a board member, he kind of went over similar information. Mr. Tony Ortiz, similar information that we got for the new board members at the New Mexico School Board Association. I mean, it was a good follow-up, a good kind of reminder, but I think, Dr. Hills, if we could have got the full presentation for that, I think it could have been a little bit more beneficial for me. And I think, as far as a retreat, I think, doing a little more interactive things, getting to know each other a little bit better as individuals, as people, and not so much of the job, if you will, is what I was thinking this was going to be more of.
Okay, great.
And I think I sent this in the email beforehand, just making sure that, yes, because it was about the job, I would just ask that the presenters, before they start presenting, understand what our governance structure is. I think there was a potential for some confusion based on some of the presentations. So I guess I was hoping that some of the presenters had done their own homework, and this is my personality, I get it, but had done their homework on what our structure is before doing a presentation.
Thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead.
So I really like Dr. Hill, and with regards to Yazi Martinez or Martinez Yazi, I think it would be super cool. Okay, first of all, I love the idea of a retreat, more often, shorter, Friday. And I would love to be really taught, have all of us have people come in and teach us about each different district, because we have some really different districts in this city, like International District, South Valley, like these are very, very different, and they have different demographics and different issues. And I'd really like us to learn more about how our districts are different. And because we can't work as a general APS if we don't understand the the exciting stuff that's going on. The other thing that I would be excited to learn more about is, and I think that helps us learn more about diversity, knowing the different kinds of people and communities. I understand we have 70 different ethnicities in Albuquerque, and I've researched this relentlessly and I cannot find out what they are. Like, I know we have Vietnamese, but I'd really like to work with the city of Albuquerque to find out, who are we dealing with? What are our demographics? Who's having kids and so forth. I loved I guess I'm praising the superintendent. I was so grateful that you asked for our feedback on the right sizing. I was so grateful. Like, that is so smart. It protects you. It protects us. We can make better decisions. And I was like, oh my God, I just want to express my gratitude for, getting our feedback before we have a nuclear explosion. So I was really, really grateful about that. And I would love to have a small, short retreat, even like an hour, on how do we build. I guess Rebecca has a great IC. I don't know what an IC is. I need to build one in my area. And I'd like to learn more about community schools. So I like little mini retreats. What was the IC? The community thingy?
It's my parent advisory group.
Your IC. Okay. All right. Well, I think that for the first time, we did a really good job. And thank you everyone for being here. And I just really hope that not only now that discussions moving forward, that we can also really benefit this time even more so while we're together. And just expect a little later on, because we are doing the community engagement listening session, and we do want to have some topics going on there. So we hope to get those out and start working on that, because that's up in April. But thank you again for being here, and any way that I can help you, I'm here. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who has stayed with us for the duration. And also a quick note, Wednesday, March 4th is our Board of Education meeting, and it will be held here at the Allison Bruce King Education Complex. In case you don't know where that is, that's 6400 Uptown Boulevard Northeast. And if you'd prefer to stay home and watch on your computer or TV, you can find us at aps.edu. Thank you, everyone. And